Watch how we flex, looking real fresh, cause we out the best. Let's go. Yeah, we climb the highest, keep it the realest. Tall like a giant, cause you know that we're the biggest. Let's go. Let's go. All right. You know that we're the biggest. Let's go. Cause we out the best. Let's go. You know that we're the biggest. Let's go. Cause we out the best. Let's go. It's not a test. Watch how we flex. When you kick it this fresh, can't help but be the best. Let's go. This is not a test. Gotta impress. Who cares about who's next when you know that you the best? Let's work. Let's go. All right. Tall like a giant, 'cause you know that we're the biggest. You know that we're the biggest. Let's go. Cause we out the best. Let's go. You know that we're the biggest. Let's go. Cause we out the best. Let's go. You know that we're the biggest. Let's go. Cause we out the best. Let's go. You know that we're the biggest. Let's go.
Welcome everybody to the PUBG Mobile Super League EMEA qualifiers for the European region. My name is Imperium. I have butterflies and I'm joined by the one and only Neptura. How are you getting on?
I am doing fantastic, Imperium. I'm so excited to be here finally. Not only here, but we're starting the season, the 2024 esports season off, and I'm super excited. It's been too long since we last had a competition.
Rolling off the back of what was a very, very successful 2023 esports ecosystem, it's evolving, right? As PUBG Mobile has constantly looked to do, evolve, move with the times, and this new Super League format that's been brought upon us, it's giving, once again, more and more teams opportunities to succeed, to raise the standard, to get higher, and of course, you know, win tournaments and win money.
Absolutely, yeah. We've had so many teams from so many different competitions come in and qualify for this event. So we're super excited for these teams to be joining us. But this is what we are going to be see them play. 24 teams have made it here, and 12 matches they will play over this next few days. We'll be seeing that group stage as well.
Exactly, the 16 teams then will move on to the finals for the next weekend set of games. We had teams qualify for the PMCO as well. That doesn't go away, right? That's why I talk about the evolving. And yeah, it's just a way for these teams to kind of play 12 games and move on forward. And how are they going to get through to the finals? They're going to score points. And this is a point system, of course, the exact same as 2023 season.
Yes, indeed. I'm ready to see how these teams actually end up going. I mean, I've always been interested in this actual point system just because ninth place out of 16 teams, even if you go out ninth and survive all that time, you're still going to go out with 0 placement points. That's so harsh, but you know, it is how it is, and these top teams have to be the top of their game if they want those points as they battle it out across the next 6 matches. Imperium, we've got a great selection of games coming up.
We do need Sanhok, Erangel, Miramar, and Miramar. Of course, because the 24 teams are divided into 3 separate groups, Group A, Group B, Group C, you're going to have a basically alternative of Group A going up against Group B going up against Group C. I forget what the exact layout is in terms of, but I presume it's A, B, AC, BC, etc. However, fundamentally, with those 6 games, it's going to give them the opportunity to get the points that they require. One of the teams that we are going to be looking at, though, coming into this tournament is the roster of SBG, Neptura.
Heck yeah. Heck yes. These are my boys. I love them so much. I've been following them for quite a while now. You know what? You know, the French have got to stick together, man. I live in France. They're French. We got to do it. So I'm really, really excited for these guys to come back in here with a little bit of a different lineup. You know, we did see Akashi leave the roster last year, but we do have Snowix, we have Terminus, and we have Tree as well, all coming to join it. So I'm excited to see how this new fresh blood is going to come in and rejuvenate this team, because I think they've got great potential.
Talk about young blood, but also talk about experience as well. Let's feature this side of Team Spirit. One player will stand out more than any other, arguably, of this whole EU qualifiers. That's Kitsune. You all know that man, the myth, the legend, formerly of Gladiators. He's a PUBG Mobile Global Championship player. He's from all the way back in 2019. If there's one man that can bring Team Spirit, a Serbian esports org, to the forefront of PUBG Mobile Esports, it's got to be Kitsune.
Oh, absolutely. I adore this player so very much. I've been, I think, very publicly the biggest fan of the Gladiators since their Na'Vi days, and so it's so nice to be able to continue
Exactly.
watching Kitsune's journey through to a different team. As much as it breaks my heart for him to leave, GG. You know, we got to move on, and we got to see him with new blood. And,
Exactly.
You know, well, not necessarily new blood to him because he has a very experienced group behind him as well. So. Yeah, very excited.
Yeah, obviously I highlighted Kitsune as an individual player, but you're 100% right. Effect and Nomi, two players who are outstanding in their own field. It's more the fact that the gelling together, right? The synergy that Kitsune created with previous roster under Navi and then G Gladiators was a big part of their success. Okay, they didn't hit the heights that arguably they were somewhat expected to over previous PMGCs, but it doesn't mean that their standard wasn't super high. The fundamental for Kitsune and the rest of Team Spirit is they have to kind of arguably really hit that PMGC standard right off the bat. We might not see it, by the way, within the intricacies of these games, in my opinion, but in terms of the little bits, which I'm sure you will see, Neptura, as we get into Game 1, they've got to hit that standard.
Oh, absolutely. They very much have to hit the standard. You're very right with that because there's so much speculation or excitement around this new team. Everyone is really excited to see how they do. So, you know, there is going to be quite a bit of pressure. I'm sure they're feeling that, you know, to do very well from the beginning and dominate like they are expected to. But I don't think necessarily that's such a fair expectation in many ways. They've only been together for a few months compared to his former roster that was together for 4 years. I mean,
yeah, exactly.
It's going to be night and day in many ways. As talented as they are, there's just so much put onto synergy, onto all those, you know, intricate sort of things that just having good players is not going to achieve overnight.
So we're in one, and you can see on the left-hand side as it's just popped off the list of 16 teams competing in this first game. Sanhok, you have the side of Ocean going up against Spear for the Battle of Bootcamp. An initial knock for the side of Spirit. However, they are taking their time, looking to move around. Akashi is a very, very experienced player for Oceans on Fire, formerly of Game Lord, now SBG. So he's going to be looking to use that experience as Nomi moves around at tour.
Yes, indeed. But I kind of love this from Spirit. They're really going head first into a boot camp drop of all things coming in here. But we'll see how Ocean can handle them. This is one of our newer teams on the roster, on the team list. Ocean's on Fire. They came in quite early on here, and they are going to be trying their best against arguably one of the biggest teams in the region.
Yeah.
So definitely going to be a fight to watch here.
And this kind of drop clash is expected as Phase 1 pops up. It's very much on the western side of the map, encapsulating all three islands. Yeah, this kind of hot drop action is going to be seen across 24 teams and split into 3 different groups. A lovely Molly goes through, pushes Unknown back down the bottom of the stairs. One thing that both teams have got to be aware of is the longer they take to execute the engagement, the higher the chance they're going to get third party in Phase 2.
Absolutely. Interesting positioning here from both of these teams. You have this little bit of but this little bit of a surrounding from Team Spear, already trying to outmaneuver this other team here, and it seems to be working, Imperium. Oh dear.
Beautiful! Team Spirit wipe
done.
out Ocean on Fire. Effect, I believe, or Nomi getting the final kill and utilizing the power of the DBS. Although it's gotten a real slight nerf, it's still absolutely incredible in that close quarter combat action. Another fight that's now starting to break out the side of Nexus Gaming. My Romanian brethrens, Bini Ba, Kapahala Doran, and the rest of the roster going up against Escape Esports.
They are indeed. Again, it's an interesting pattern we're seeing here. It's, our big hitters of the region versus some of our newer teams coming in here. Escape Esports, of course, they were in the European Series, so they have qualified through that tournament up to here. So, going to be very interesting to see how they play this. At the moment, their positioning looks fairly okay, a little bit stacked up. They got a nice off angle to the backside there. But the DBS in hand, I know you touched on it, but man.
I prefer Escape Esports angles, because if you look at that player to the left-hand side of the compound, if he's able to flank around, that could be really, really hard for NEXUS to get away from.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Could most definitely be that way. I just love everybody having the DBS. They didn't nerf it enough if everybody's still carrying this weapon.
I know.
But that's okay.
I know, man.
I mean,
look.
It is that way, isn't it? I will say it does look, I've just noticed, me being blind here, NEXUS have lost a player already. So we do have this team coming up here having an extra point against them. They've lost Redux, which is interesting there. But Escape Esports going to be making that push. I like this from them. They've waited a while, but they're not waiting too long here. They've actually kind of got this player stuck just a bit, but he does manage to get out of there a little bit. Go around the outside. Doran still, even though in that tricky position, he's still making sure he's got the angle. He's not letting go of this roof side.
Kapahala slowing things down. Lovely shots from the side. Kapahala exposed. He's going to get knocked by Fake. That's going to be his second knock going against NEXUS Gaming. The Romanian fans in the chat won't be too happy to see that. But can Doran swipe back? Yes, he can. Gets a knock on his own. Neptor, he's going to confirm the elimination, because that means points, and points, like I said, mean prizes. It's going to be Exo Machina along with Doran, but Doran's down to half health.
He is indeed. This is going so very wrong for NEXUS. I'm not sure what's happened here. Like you said, their angles were really good, but they seem to have grouped up just a little bit. Now you've got a role reversal where Escape Esports have the roof and NEXUS do not, but the zone is coming in. That's a bit of an added pressure now onto Escape to get this fight done. On the side of NEXUS, they could just move back through the village and be semi-okay here. So I think the pressure's really on Escape here to get this job done.
Look at the lack of meds that's coming out from Lava, for example. He's got nothing left. So, again, the fight needs to be finished sooner rather than later. Otherwise, it's going to be the couple of elimination points that both of these teams get. Like you pointed out, Phase 1 starting to close in with the blue zone. Doran able to pick up the full health. Painkillers and and energy drinks being utilized to the max. Time is ticking as the zone starts to close in. Shots come out. Doran with the DBS gets one. The second needs to come through, but no. The trade from Fake.
You know what I see immediately there is NEXUS hesitating far too much. They need to draw from their experience on this one. I know they don't know who it is they're going up against, but research should tell them that Escape are probably the culprits on their territory. So I really wish NEXUS had come in with a little bit more gumption into this one, because Escape were able to take that hesitation and just walk all over it. So now you're just down to Exo Machina, unfortunately for NEXUS, but a really nice sneaky angle coming in there. Beautifully done, but that is going to be
SBG.
NEXUS. Cheeky.
SBG.
Okay.
Heard the shots from the blue. Party. Now they're going to come in, try to finish off the side of Escape Esports. SBG, they're a side that, in my opinion, have increased rapidly in their aggression over the years. Whether it's a change in roster, or whether it's this, that, or the other, understanding what they need to do when it matters, and that's be aggressive, taking advantage. Now with the DBS, one player left for Escape Esports. They don't exactly know where he is. As Phase 2 did pop up, by the way, went southwest on towards that southwest island, Lava. I mentioned he's got nothing left, so he's just going to go down, and yeah, Novella finishes it off, Neptora.
Yeah, it does. It does indeed. Escape Esports. I still want to blame Nexus for Escape's demise, though, because the fight just went on for far too long. Escape couldn't do too
Well,
much there. They held the appropriate time, I feel, but I don't know. Nexus held on to that really a long time.
I'm gonna kind of be not specifically against Escape Esports. I'm gonna make a general point if Escape Esports are in this situation. Remember, Nexus lost a player first, right? And I presume
Yes,
it was in that
that's
fight
true.
that they lost the player first. So surely Escape Esports should have understood that they have the player advantage. They arguably could have been more aggressive.
No, I agree. Yeah, you make a good point. I will rescind my comment because yes, you're quite right. They should have used that to their advantage. Nexus were obviously hesitating. They obviously had the advantage, and they should have taken control of that situation. So yeah, bit of
Yeah.
hesitation, bit of lack of oomph, as one might say, from both sides there. I agree. And SBG saw that from a mile away, quite literally, and came over for a third party. So nicely done. SBG coming in here, stage 2, few points on the board already, looking pretty good. As we're on board with 1337 here, some pretty, a
Come
couple
on,
of well-known names on the
you're
board here.
not gonna try and pronounce the second part of that team name, no?
Please don't
No?
ask me.
Come on.
I meant
Well,
to
look,
ask and
you
I
started.
forgot, so
You
no.
have to finish the team name. You know, that's like calling Team
Oh
ALPI just
dear.
team, you know?
All right, fine. Juania, 1337 Juania. Is that
You know
correct? Let me
what?
know. Somebody let me know.
That's the thing. I don't know if it's correct, but I gotta say that's a damn good attempt. Credit where it's due.
Oh my goodness. I'm sure chat will let me know quite quickly if that was
Oh, my
correct or
lord.
not. Oh my
Exactly.
goodness.
Exactly.
But
Okay, so phase 2, Blue Zone starting to close in. You can see it right now. A lot of teams are well within the circle. The likes of Leo coming in on that southeast side. Rush holding on to Tambang. So yeah, teams are pretty well known. We've yet to see SBG and the side of Team Spirit. One team we saw featured. We featured, should I say, hanging on to the Painan area of the map.
oh, I do see SBG just behind Team Up there. Right behind them. You just saw that S sneak in past, so that could be interesting.
Oh,
They've
are
they've
they?
really
Okay,
gone
okay,
for a busy
okay.
side. Yeah, they've gone for a busy side of zone, but it looks like they're making a really long rotation through the blue, which at this stage isn't the worst idea. Definitely one for those placement points if that's what you're gonna go for. And Team Alpi trying their best to move in, but they're making a lot of noise trying to clear an entryway first before going in. So trying to be loud and point heavy rather than sneaking in like some of these other teams. We'll see how that works out for them.
What I liked is that Alpi took shots and then moved away. That could be a very
Yeah.
effective strategy of kind of confusing your opponents. And just constantly moving and trying to find that angle. You're gaining more information rather than just, not harshly, but kind of standing there and doing nothing. As a side of
Oh,
Leo
absolutely.
Esports all get into the vehicle. We know how a full squad in one vehicle is a little bit of a dangerous move to make. Desperate times arguably can call for desperate measures, though.
Yeah. Yeah, just a little bit. I think they probably think this is one of those desperate times. Sanhok isn't renowned for a lot of vehicles anyway, and they're fine. They're doing enough of a safe rotation where they are good
Yeah.
to go. But yes, it's a dangerous habit to start.
1337. Juana made attempt. I hope I did okay. Now moving in. They lost a player in the former silence, so they're down to a 3-person team. Phoenix ahead of them. SPG Victor in the elimination fee, getting a knock onto one of the Leo Esports players. Hopefully we'll move on over to that while the nades rain out from 1337.
I feel sorry for Leo. We just got done saying, oh, that's a safe rotation. They'll be fine. SBG are up to 4 eliminations now. Oh, as Team Spirit take a couple of knocks right there, going up onto STK.
Shoot to kill. If you know PUBG Esports,
Yes.
you'll know that they're very known North American team name at least. I don't think it's because of that. It just happens to be coincidental. They're going to look to get out of Dodge while BBY move on up to the high ground of Tambang. Going to face a side of Rush. Rush gets one knock. Looking for a second. However, they are down to 3 players, so it's 3 against 2.
It is. That's evening it up quite nicely there. And a nice position as well. If only the zone hadn't gone away from them. Oh, what a shame. Now they just need to finish up and go rather than trying their best to control a position over the other team. It's really just, can we get out of here quickly, please? But as a 3v, it looks like a 3v1 while they get those reses.
It actually...
About?
It's technically a 1v1 because the rest of Rush are further away from Tambang, right? Mori is close to the edge of that next phase, and Metana, I think, doing a great job of slowing down that final player, BBY, just to give the rest of the team who now move on up to make it a 2v1. The DBS shots through the window, the jump shot on the doorway says goodbye, big baby. Back to the lobby, back to the pram. We are down to 12 teams.
Back to the pram. I love it. I love it. It's very fitting.
Oh
my goodness, yeah. As you should be, as you should. But what? Yeah, it was a nice attempt. It wasn't perfect, but you know what? That's what these guys are here for. Partly, they're here to learn. It's one of our PMCO teams coming in there. So we saw some cool stuff from them in PMCO. So I'm sure they have a lot more to show. But a decent start. A decent start. 1 elimination. Hey, it's better than nothing at all. And speaking of points, 5 eliminations from Team Spirit already coming in here. Nicely done. But Rush fighting 2 battles at once almost, right after the other. Leo does go out.
Beautiful. Beautiful for Mori with the sprays take down Team ALPI. Rush up to 8 eliminations. Great observation about Team Spirit. SBG up to 7 on their own side. They wrapped, I would love to, as far as I know, they were in Hating and they ended up all the way on the south edge of the circle. That's an incredible rotation within the first 2 phases. But now their next fight is among them against the Lithuanian team of 1337. Joanna Victor inside the vehicle is going to take the shots, gets 1 knock, down to less than half health, needs to prone down with the DBS, moves up. I love that aggression from Victor. Gets behind a rock, pulls out a first aid. The revive is coming through onto 1337 Joanna. That may be good in terms of they get a second player up, but they're giving SPG more time to stay in control as phase 4 Blue Zone will move quickly into phase 5.
It sure will. Loving this energy coming in from SBG. It feels new, it feels fresh, it feels exciting, and that zone popping almost their way should give them an opportunity for a few more eliminations. But I tell you who is in the center there. It is TNL. They're coming in here almost, I believe, is that a full squad they've still got going? Yes, it is. This could be huge for them.
Rush near the top of, not quite Mount Rushmore inside the circle. It's going to be outside of it. You're right about TNL holding on as Team Spirit. Are eliminated. 5 eliminations, though, will give them a good start across the day. They're fighting in on the north. I believe it was STK that actually got the better of them, holding them out inside the blue. Phase 5 Blue Zone does so much more damage. It's not like back in the day when you could heal out into the final phase. That isn't happening anymore. You need to be able to push in when it matters coming into these later circles.
100%. And Team to Kill, or yeah, that team, STK, there we go.
STK, there you go.
The old, nice. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, they're the old De Muerte team. So this is very experienced team as well. So
yes,
they're going head to head, experience versus experience. That makes sense.
See, I've been obviously out of the game for the most part. I've looked to kind of keep on top, but it's hard when you're not commentating kind of thing. I've been out of the game for a year, so some of these players' IGNs could have changed, rosters changed. It's hard to keep up, but nice to see STK, the former De Morte side, as you pointed out, still in the fold. A bit of a three-way battle as BR being pinned down to, I believe, just one player inside the blue at that. TNL holding them down. The Nameless. I like the team name. Can they put a name on their hat at the top of the leaderboard coming into this first game of the day?
Can they indeed? The fight's starting to... I tell you what, I was going to say they're starting to heat up, but honestly, I disagree with my own premise there, except we do have the two French teams going head-to-head down at the south side there. Very, very close, but I do think SBG got the hang of that. Yeah, there you go. NEXGEN going out. 3 eliminations, though. Looking very nice for them, but the Nameless looking onto STK here. Might just have a pretty good angle. Certainly gatekeeping them.
That's exactly what you need to do. STK was able to hunt down the side of Team Spirit in the previous circle, but now they are the hunted on the edge of the circle by the side of TNL. TNL holding things out, but I like the fact that they are applying pressure with a couple of shots, with a couple of nades. Jizu chucking out a smoke. It is 3v4, if I'm not mistaken. Indeed, TNL is a full squad. That is dead right. Still got to be aware of that because it's towards the top of the hill. You could have SPG down the south side, you know, take pot shots in their direction if they sniff any kind of opportunity. So by no means do TNL have this engagement absolutely wrapped up. If anything, they've given STK the opportunity to move into the circle, to snake around them. Little bit of a mistake in my eyes from the Nameless.
Oh, absolutely. It kind of, you're quite right. It is. I think they were thinking they were going to hole up and come over the crest of that hill rather than around it, but STK just gone right away around, ignored them completely, and now have to gatekeep them. It's put TNL in a precarious position because you also have Rush coming up behind you there. I mean, at least Shroom is trying to do something there, but Discrim is not going to move a muscle. He should now, though. Ouchie, that zone bound to hurt, but yeah, Shroom trying to get some momentum going for his team as Rush now moves in.
This is all shaping up to be an SPG chicken dinner, by the way. They're the only team on the south side of this circle. All the other 3 teams are locked down between the north, northeast, and the northwest. Down on the low ground, shoot to kill. Discrim taking a couple of shots in his direction. You can see Narvello, Victor, and the rest of the SPG team. Shots come out. Striker strikes like an iron fist. Takes down Dekami. Looking to cook up a nade. The remaining 3 players of TNL all bunched up together. They take shots. That's a lovely nade on the Shoom. Gets the knock. Not yet confirming the kill. Striker struck in the backside. Astic trying to trade the blow. Now it's just Distrum and Astic left on the side of STK. And this is SPG moving across the road. They're getting put under pressure by Rush. We're down to 3 teams. That is indeed the end of the Nameless. SPG taking a knock. Mori with a nade onto the side of Victor. Rob's taken down. They have lost the ball.
Wow.
Rush come in. Neptora. This is a bit of a surprising finish as Rush look to try and secure this first game of the day. Oh no, sorry. My apologies. I thought SPG were out. It was indeed STK, but now they're out, and it is Rush to take this first chicken dinner.
Well done, guys. Very well done. They were super dominant in their qualifiers as well, in their national league. So no real surprise that their aggression is coming through. But oh my goodness, against teams like SPG, like S2K, I mean, there's a lot of big names in there. They have really held their own. So a massive congrats going over there. A big game to start off the weekend.
Yeah, great start for the side of Team Rush. They locked down that western side of the circle. I forget exactly what team it was that pushing up on them, but they dealt with
Big
them
Baby.
quite effectively. Big Baby, indeed.
Yeah.
Well remembered. I'm old. My memory's not so good anymore. But yeah, they held them down very well. And what I really liked about Rush is the teamwork and the synergy between the players. Of when that player that was on his own up in the compound with the last player, Big Baby, he had a teammate join in on him. That's great communication, great teamwork, and they reaped the rewards of 21 points.
Yeah, really nicely done there. 11 eliminations coming in through for Rush team. You know, I would have fully expected a newer team to come in and just lay low and play it very quietly, and they've really gone the complete opposite, and I love that for them. I tell you what, SBG, though, doing a fantastic first game here as well. 13 eliminations. 2 points behind Rush team. Great game for them. Shoot to kill, the Nameless going on and on. There's quite a big difference in points between 3rd and 4th place, though.
That tends to happen generally 100% in Sanhok, right? Because the map is a lot smaller. So if you're inside the next circle, we do see a bit more of a gap in the points, especially eliminations between kind of the top 3 and the rest of the lobby. You can see down in the bottom half of the standings, Ocean on Fire, the Mind Weapon, both ending on 0 points. Remember, right, there's still 11 more games for both of those teams to turn things around. In no way is the game over after the first try.
Oh, absolutely not. No, we have plenty of more where that came from. Certainly tonight, and then the rest of the weekend as well. So these guys got plenty of time for sure. No matter what group they're in, everybody gets a fair share at those points. So they'll be looking pretty good there. I'm excited for Erangel. You know, it is gone. Sanhok is gone, but Erangel, we got 3 of those coming up.
Indeed, indeed. Let's head to a quick break, and we will be back for Game 2 shortly. Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Super League EMEA qualifiers for the EU region. Once again, I'm in Imperium with the one and only Neptura. We have had the first game go in the favor of Rush Esports. It wasn't Sanhok, but now we turn our attention to the OG map that is Erangel.
We do indeed. I'm interested to see. My curiosity is piqued, that's for sure, with these back-to-back Erangels coming in, but a much slower pace I think we can expect from a lot of these teams. You know, Sanhok is always the fastest map. But some of the aggression coming in from these teams has really surprised me in a very good way. I think they're looking really good, particularly Rush, SBG, and Team Spirit. All three of those teams I'm going to be definitely keeping my eye on in the next game.
In the first game of any tournament, at least in the past, for me, it was very much always an understanding of teams. Maybe not as familiar with each other, even though they might scrim, it's never the same thing. A level of unfamiliarity, therefore they play a little bit slower. You will see some teams that are more aggressive taking advantage of that slowness. But I'm with you on that. I'm definitely impressed with more teams' level of aggression than in the past, and it just sets us up for teams understanding that they really need to take control of their own game, especially with this point system.
No, absolutely, absolutely. And you touched on something that I actually always repeat because I find it always to be true that no matter how much certain teams play against each other, every single tournament has a different vibe going on in it. And so the next couple of games, you're always trying to figure each other out, even if you've played against each other for years and years. It's always slightly different every single time. So I always enjoy watching these teams kind of figure out the landscape and kind of figure out how things are going to go, what's going to work and what's not going to work. I mean, in some ways, depending on the region, you see that in heightened aggression in the first couple of games where everybody's just trying to assert their dominance everywhere. Sometimes it's a little more passive, a little more careful. So I'm wondering how we're going to see that. Are we going to see the region as a total, all of EU, go one way or the other? Or are we going to see larger teams versus newer teams coming in here and doing two different things? That's going to be an interesting point to work on.
David versus Goliath very much could be in the mix as you get further into these games and into these days. One thing I do want to correct is I mentioned at the start how it's 3 groups of 8 across Group A, Group B, Group C. I thought it was Group A versus Group B, Group etc. within a day. No, every single day it's the same 2 groups going up against each other for the 6 games, which honestly I very much prefer because it allows every single team to evolve more heavily within that day. You don't have a 30-minute break, which at times can be good for teams because it gives them more time to discuss what went wrong or what went right. However, for me, for what is a natural, normal competitive format, you have 6 games in a row. To me, this is best. So we're going to have the same 16 teams, only for this game too, on a different map with a very decent playing path, Neptura.
Yeah, a very nice one. This is nice and easy. I tell you what, Erangel has been a real hard game to really try and win because these zones coming in here have been super hard shifty lately. So we'll see if Erangel's going to be any kinder to our teams coming in here tonight, but we will start to see the beginnings of these strategies. I know a lot of people watch these shows to really watch the strategies and love the strategies and figure all that out. So Erangel is really where those people watching right now are going to be able to see that coming in. Love to see that. We want more of those viewers coming in because it's really fun to have a chat afterwards about these different things, for me at least. But that's just me. Oh. Oh.
Neptura. Oh my lord, not only do we have a crazy phase on, we do have a hot drop in the form of NEXGEN and Escape. This is going to be the second game in a row that we're going to have the side of ESC, as I'm going to refer to him sometimes, Escape Esports, in a bit of a hot drop initial battle.
Yep. We have indeed, and this time it's not the DBS being used, it is the Uzi to take the first one down and out as well. So NEXGEN also being another team who qualified. They are the French team, the third French team going to be in here for these qualifiers. So far with 1 elimination on the board. Oh, and their 4th player coming in as well. So Escape Esports better find an escape route ASAP, because now it's a 4v2. They're up on the roof. It's their last attempt, I think. You know what I'd love to see them do, though? That monster truck is perfectly suited to jumping off the roof and just stealing it.
Okay, that was
stupid,
like
hey.
the least. Yeah, that's like the last thing I expect you to say, but I can also appreciate it. One thing to point out is that Escape Esports do have a player in an off angle up the hill. This is where it's important for Net and Lava to kind of bait NEXGEN arguably onto the roof, or at least towards windows. I don't know if Sama has a gun, but again, it's going to be important as a nade gets chucked through the window. NEXGEN really need to pull as a full team and take advantage of that player moveset.
They do. They need to... Okay, they're using the stun, which isn't a bad strategy here as they come in through the roof, get the one, get the second. Nicely played from NEXGEN. Yeah, I was going to say I would have liked to see them just enter as 4, and then because they knew there were 2 each side, that's why they were hesitating. But they did it well there as well. That was perfectly fine.
It was extremely well executed from NEXGEN, in my opinion. They had 2 players knocked down, but the stun really blinded the Escape Esports player, and they pulled up as a full squad up the stairs and got the 2P. So 3 eliminations right off the bat for NEXGEN. A much better start to this game too.
Yeah, absolutely. They had a couple options there, and they went with one, as you said, executed it. Gosh darn near perfectly. That was really well done from NEXGEN. Excited to see what they've got going on in the next few phases, because top 3 points already on the board. An excellent start to any game you see here. But Lithuania, Team Lithuania here. Somebody in chat did correct me, so 1337 is apparently a play on words for the start of Lithuania. So it's Lithuania. So we got that. So 1337, as they see him on screen, or Lithuania, apparently.
So I'm curious, and again, if somebody in chat could confirm this, would people or the team prefer us to call them 1337?
Yeah.
Lithuania or Lithuania? I would imagine Lithuania, even though it kind of goes against the natural thing that we do as casters, which is just simply say what is on screen. But yeah, that's some good research from you to and thanks to whoever in chat kind of gave a bit of correction on that, because we never want to get the team name wrong, of course, never.
Oh, absolutely. It's cardinal sin in our line of work, trying to get them to just pronounce it correctly. That's what our most important job is. Vierxas, as I completely just ruined that guy's name. I'm so sorry, but yeah,
I can't believe you actually just tried to pronounce that guy's name, even though I don't know who it is. Come on. Don't do yourself like that.
Okay, all right, yeah. Protect myself from the embarrassment of doing that, because that was bad. Anyway, moving swiftly on. Shoot, kill, and Milta. Not a bad position, number 1. Number 2, they're just having a normal loot phase. They're treating this like any other match, because it is any other match. When you get to the qualifiers, you gotta play it as normal. You can't be doing anything too crazy, and I really hope that the newer teams do get that message, because so often, I mean, you and me both, we've seen it. You know, you have a new team, and if they feel all this pressure to do really well against the more experienced teams, and they just end up making mistake after mistake, it's so much better to just play normally. If you qualify to get here, then obviously you can play well, and what you're doing is working for you. So just relax, just breathe, and, tweak as you need to. Don't start trying to do all these fancy things. to try and be better than the teams, because it's not going to work.
Yeah, mentality plays a really big part in competitive gaming, and especially competitive PUBG Mobile. At this level, for the most part, and of course when you get to the global stage, every single player is, from a mechanical standpoint, is arguably as good as each other. It comes down to that mentality as a team of just kind of eking the best within a moment of each game. So you're dead right with that one. Phase 1 starting to, well, not starting, very close to moving towards the end of the stage and getting into phase number 2. Most of the teams are inside the circle. Tor, TNL moving down from the Pavka prison area. Nexus spread out across the Milta Power area. Team Spirit to the to the east of, no, to the west. Oh my god. Yeah, to the west. Jesus Christ. Of Shoot to Kill. And yeah, most of the other teams, like I said, inside the circle.
They are indeed. You got Nexus being the classic Nexus. I mean, for the OGs viewing here, watching with us, Nexus, there's a lot of players from the old Eastern Stars here, and this is just classic Eastern Stars. It's Milta Power, drop, and their rotations, everything is the same pretty much. So, nice to see some familiar faces back at it for the 2024 season. But I tell you what, they are determined, these teams are determined that the zone is going to center up, and they're right. Nicely done, teams.
It definitely takes a lot of question marks away from whether we might potentially get a military island finish. That's definitely a bit of a relief. The one factor is that there's still a good chunk of water within this phase 2, so the land mass available is shrunk quite heavily considering the amount of players we have in the lobby. Prison Hill is going to be very, very important, along with Lumberyard on that northern side and then around the shelter area. So I expect the big teams with the big brains to execute that part of the circle.
Absolutely. Oh, Rush doing what they do best. It's all in the name. They're rushing this team. TM. Very low right there. Yeah, will get taken out of that vehicle. Nicely done. Onto Sneaks. Oh dear, not a fantastic start for this team. But you know what? Rush continuing their trajectory from one win to at least a win over a player.
Picking up the elimination points, it's really important when you get a chicken dinner and a bunch of points within one game that you kind of carry that momentum to an extent. It allows you as a team to make the most of what was a good result. Otherwise, if you go out with 0 points, as Oceans on Fire had, well, they went out with 1 point. But the point is, if you go out early the next game, you basically cut your points in half for that good game, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, indeed, momentum is a big thing.
Absolutely is. Not only do you, as you said, cut your points in half, but you also, you also lose all that momentum going through into the third game, and it's that much harder to get it back. So definitely not what you want to do. Vama, though, getting taken out again. Another player, rather, from the Mind Weapon just rolling on in. I see what they were trying to do, doing that full send, but it's just not going to work. Not when you've got a team like Shoot to Kill here in this lobby in Milta as their home base. I mean, if you know a team like this is going to be in their loot drop, their drop spot, whatever you want to call it, in the final circle, you best not be full sending through their territory.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a lack of understanding or just kind of, hey, look, we're going to commit to this. Maybe it's a bit of both. Team Spirit with a 2-2 split outside of Milton and across the road. They have a bit of a stronghold of MAB. One team I'm worried about is BR down the south side of this map. They're still in Military Island. That's big. Yeah, is that big, baby? Yeah, but BR either way. They're in a pretty risky spot in the tour.
They are indeed, yeah. BR breaking team over here.
Breaking team.
That's really a bad spot. Oh, but I tell you what, this does give them. It gives them an opportunity for maybe a botation. I don't know how far they'd actually get with that, but it's certainly got higher chances than trying to cross that bridge.
Wait. Did you just mention botation?
I might have done.
Are you a botation lover?
when necessary, honestly. Not always, but when necessary. When you've got a team like MABETEX just sitting here like that. Yes. Why? I take it you're not a fan. Or
God
are
damn
you?
it, I love it. No, no, I love it.
Okay.
I love botations.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. That's why it's
Excellent.
like another
Excellent.
botation lover. Damn, I've been
Hello?
waiting years to have someone that loves a botation as much as me. Kenzo on top of the bridge of the military island, taking shots onto Woke. Lovely spray, connects on, finds a knock.
Oof. Yeah. 1337 not having. They look like they're trying to find somewhere to go, and it's not working. Now it's that long rotation across the beach. Kenzo knows they're there. Thankfully for them, runs out of that ammo, has to reload, and that's going to grant them a couple of seconds to get out of dodge. But that is a shame. You see a fourth vehicle coming in there. That's going to be Big Baby coming in as well. So I'm just feeling a little bit of unsurety coming here from 1337. They don't know where to turn.
Breaking team got the knock onto Kenzo on the bridge, by the way. So coming in across from Military Island late has at least paid off for the time being. Phase 3 close in is centered around the Milta area of the map, by the way, cutting the chunk of water pretty much in half at least. However, all the teams are going to be centering inside the Milta City. Team Spirit, remember they had a 2-2 split. Now their full squad are inside the city.
Nicely pushed into town, actually. I'm not sure how they quite got away with that. There were a lot of teams all in the center area, but they seem to have done quite well for themselves. Nomi just jumping off in time there as Oran is just going to sit here. He's going to sit and he's going to wait, and I don't blame him one bit. There are 3v everybody. You got to play it super careful when it comes to these city end zones, just because it's really, it can go south very, very quickly. Team Spirit in there as well, trying their best to stay unknocked and fresh and ready to go there. Big Baby have decided to rush past Rush, not rush onto them, but I don't think it's going to matter. They're going to have to do this anyway, and now they're in the worst position possible. Look who's right behind them. It's Leo and then NEXGEN.
It's lovely sprays coming through, lovely nades. Big Baby going to be looking to get the better Rush, but no, Strict is going to finish off Big Baby. Another early defeat going to the hands of Big Baby. Leo weren't really able to take advantage because down just a dip of the road, so nothing really being able to get executed. Next phase pops up and is down on that south side. The coastal edge of Erangel is going to be very, very heavy inside the end game.
It sure is, and guess who is adept at that particular coastline? It's NEXUS. Look who has a full squad and is fresh and ready to go. It's NEXUS. They're looking very good, but they gotta be so careful with how they play this. They're gonna get a lot of attention very quickly here, as Leo now starting to try and get some eliminations onto Rush. NEXGEN actually get them. They have that little bit of that higher angle available to them. So NEXGEN up to 5 eliminations already, just down to 2, but 5 eliminations is this is a nice seat to be sitting on.
It is, and they're opting to move on foot to try and make it into the edge of the circle. I arguably don't disagree with that, because even though you're going downhill on foot, your body's kind of very heavily exposed on the high ground, you're not in a vehicle, you're not making that extra bit of noise, and they're moving early enough where the phase 4 blue zone isn't really going to impact them too much. As Leo move inside the vehicle, Boss Sanhok got into the kind of shack area of the field, and he's able to kind of create that little fort of smokes for the rest of the team. However, smokes dissipate, right? And it's going to be hard for them to hold on to that area of the circle.
It will indeed. It's going to be even harder for Breaking Team here. They're going to break apart in just a second if they haven't already. Striker just bringing up those point numbers up for his team, just like it's nothing, man. They got a great spot in circle. This is a perfect gatekeep position for them. Meanwhile, Team Spirit just leaping over those little ridges there, trying to get their spot, a nice spot for them. I feel bad for Rush very quickly going back to them. 4 eliminations, not bad, but they went out very early on. So
Yeah.
our last game winners not going to have such a great time. But the zone is moving in. These teams are getting so much closer together. We still have 13 teams, almost all of them full squads here.
SBG in the elimination feed once again. They're up to 3. Looking for more. NEXGEN Shinra takes enough damage to go down. Going to be finished off by the mind weapon, believe it or not. So that elimination taken away is Vezovsky. I think I said it right. Looks to move into the edge of the circle. Breaking team down to 2. And it could their games if they're going to turn their tail around and make it into the top 16.
Ooh, the Nameless, though. The Nameless coming in here, getting eliminated. Unfortunate, but Leo not having a problem with those sprays coming in there. Nice from Andre. Leo just down to 2. And outside the zone as well. Not gonna be too optimistic of a rotation for them coming into this. But anything's possible at this point. You got a lot of teams looking at each other, a lot of angles to be taken, and maybe they'll find a gap through some fights, but I don't like their odds.
11 teams left, 28 players, shots from Leo. Outside in the circle, time is ticking. The blue zone about to start closing in. It's the best they can hope for is get elimination with the amount of teams that are wrapped around them. MABETEX, shoot to kill. The mind weapon, even SBG as well, although they have to move in themselves, wrapping around on the vehicles. Nexus Gaming down on the southeastern edge of the circle. Team Spirit in front of them, gets inside the vehicle and says, look, I'm going for broke. It's do or die inside the vehicles, and they manage to get away with it.
They do. I'm not so sure if Nexus is going to get away with what they're doing, though, to be honest. I'm quite surprised they've not taken more control of that little coast area than they have. They're still playing the edge of the zone. They're only now just starting to come in, but Spirit and MABETEX, at least MABETEX trying, but Team Spirit most definitely are already there.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I would say that Nexus are kind of more so covering their backs, understanding that team could wrap around behind them and take them out from behind. You make a very valuable point. A shoot to kill. Astix looking to finish off with a nade onto the player MABETEX. Again, you confirm it, you get another point for your side. You're on this western edge of the circle. By the way, breaking team, the last players inside the water. There's still a sliver of water from that coastline inside phase 5. So you know what? When it talks about desperate times and just trying to survive to eke out any kind of placement points, he's doing a good job there.
Yeah, he's doing a great job. He's keeping to himself. He's not making moves. And honestly, everybody is too busy with the teams on land to really worry about him. So he's got a bright future, if it is a little damp, ahead of him. Looking good there. STK continuing their eliminations, though. Up to 5 coming in here, but looking to potentially get knocked down here. SBG doing a good job of keeping them out of bounds. But it looks like they're going to have a bit of a nade off. Yes, we do. But none are going to hit just there. But that was quite funny to see Mind Weapon and SBG both doing the same thing. The zone is about to push in again. We're only down to 9 teams. Spirit, of course, Team Spirit are down to a duo. We did see not STK, but I forget which one it was now, moving in and taking out 2 of them. The zone, though, moves away from Team Spirit. Nexus get another opportunity to swarm that zone, take control of that area, but are they going to do it? That is the question, Imperium.
This chicken dinner is being handed to them on a chicken platter in my eyes. It's just a matter of them grabbing the knife, the fork, and digging in, coming into the very late stages of this game. Team Spirit down to 2 players, shoot to kill. Great point about them racking up the eliminations, up to 5 already. Rob's in the feed, getting a knock onto Rogo of the mind weapon. The revive will... Oh, no. Was he trying to go for the revive? I think he understood that Molly was being cooked up. Credit where it's due from Kimu. But now the rest of SBG. Robs goes down. Will it be traded? Seems like we're not going to be able to see exactly what happens while Nex is in the elimination feed. Escape Esports go down, and in the end, SBG finish off the mind weapon.
They do indeed, but this is a great arsenal of nades being thrown over onto MABETEX here. Oh my dear me, I would not want to be on the receiving end of those, but I tell you what, Spirit have fallen down. I don't know if they can get back up at this point in time, at this angle, but the DBS has no trouble going through them like a hot and nice. Lovely done from Haisu there. MABETEX gonna be going up to 4 eliminations. He's just a solo as well, so he's done fantastic work for his team getting those extra eliminations, but he may have to have more work ahead of him. STK maybe looking like they wanted that angle, but I think not. At the end of the day, they've decided against it.
For STK, really kind of controlling what's behind them is a very important part of them getting into the top 2, top 3 of this game. Utilizing the little dips of this coastline as well, very important. They're bunched together as a full squad while also being spread accordingly. They would have heard the shots from SBG to the north of them, and they're taking care to watch their backs. Once again, Nexus have a bit of control inside the circle. They are up to 4 eliminations and hungry for more.
They sure are. SBG, though, continuing to dominate in terms of those eliminations. Another 9 points going their way just from clearing out these teams one by one. Looking really, really good. Such an energized team we're seeing on our screens this evening. So, such a nice, not necessarily change, but I think towards the end of the 2023 season, we saw a very different team emerge from what we're seeing now. So, it is nice to see this SBG back on its feet. STK, on the other hand, might try to put a damper on that, but we'll have to see how they go. So far, hard to say which one's going to win this.
An elimination onto Victor puts SBG down to just a 2-man team, and that's what I talked about with regards to shoot to kill, watching their backs, making sure they have those angles covered. Kappa Hala, though, comes in, strikes down Striker, and that's going to be an elimination point for the side of Nexus Gaming. God, I miss saying that name. God, I missed saying Kappa Hala. It warms my heart. It warms my soul, you Romanian legends. But now SBG are still in this game. Shoot to kill have been stopped in their tracks due to Nexus Gaming coming in.
Yes, indeed. Finally, we're seeing Nexus start to make that control play that I wanted to see them play from, two circles ago, really. Oh, but Aztec isn't going to allow that to happen. Not on his watch. Down goes Breaking Team. 6th place in 4 eliminations. Not a bad game coming in from them. But we do have our top 5. And I tell you what, the car meta, I've loved seeing it so much in the recent few months. And it's being heavily utilized by Nexus here.
Utility going to be very important in this late stage of the game, right? Because it is quite flat terrain, not really too many trees, and you talk about the car meta will be able to create an element of hard cover once you blow that vehicle up. Pushing too quickly will prove to be dangerous as Nexus move in as a 3-person team on those vehicles, or at least 2 people inside the vehicles moving around trying to bait their opponents. Exa Machina back in, now Kappa Hala moving. And SBG are still in the mix, right? They have yet to really be cleared out by shoot to kill, so now as the shots come through, the nade gets a double elimination, looking for the 3rd. Nexus Gaming back on top, and they take down this side of shoot to kill. They They take control of the western edge of the circle, and now they're looking for the French maestros of SPG.
Brilliant stuff coming in from Nexus. Oh my god, I've not seen this Nexus for a very long time. ALP now taking advantage of SPG's position, trying to grab another one, and they succeed. It's just Rob's on his own. But I think you're right, Imperium. Nexus have to have this one in the bag. It's a 1v1v4. How can you mess this up?
You hit the nail on the head. How can they mess things up? Stranger things have happened in the world of PUBG Mobile. I will point that out. Bego across the road really has nowhere to go. Rob's the last player for SPG. Nexus Gaming know that realistically it's a maximum 4v2, if not 4v1v1. They move around with the M4. The sprays come out. Robs gets one on the door, but it's traded instantly by Exo Machina. Very good teamwork. And now as the smokes go across the road, Nexus Gaming, they know that this game is won. This chicken dinner is ours. It's cooked. It's spiced. It's marinated the Romanian way. Binny Ba, my friends, just close it out, Eastern Stars. It's a pleasure.
Beautiful.
That's it. Job is done. Doran closes it. And that's a Nexus Gaming chicken dinner.
That is beautifully done by Nexus. I love seeing it so much. Oh my goodness me. Finally, we see Nexus step up to the plate in a big way as well. Really nicely done there.
Was the game, good question, was the game handed to them? Like, genuinely, what was that game? I don't want to take anything away from them, but I think it's a valuable question to ask. Was that game given to them?
I don't think in this instance it actually was, just because it went out of their path far enough where they had to kind of take control of it. Yes, it went in their general direction. At the end of the day, I think a lot more teams actually had control of that circle than they did, and they took it from them. They took it from SPG, they took it from MABETEX, they took it from Team Spirit as well. I think them too, exactly. I think if it had been that they had control and then the zone continued to go that way, then yes. But I think the way they played it super late ended up that they had to take it back.
Fair point indeed. Nexus Gaming get 20 points in total, 10 elimination, 10 placement points. SPG once again just kind of racking up the points. They could end up qualifying for the finals with just kind of 6 games played, with the way they're racking up the points in these first 2 games. For me, kind of Leo Esports and Shoot to Kill have been the standout teams from the first 2 games in terms of their willingness to get down and dirty in these fights, in these games, and yeah, it's paying off, especially for Shoot to Kill.
Yeah, absolutely loving what we're seeing from Shoot to Kill so far. I know it's only 2 games, but you know what, we're seeing so much character so far in this already. It's being a really nice few games. I mean, we're already seeing who's being really dominant, who's being a bit more shy about things. You know, Rush Team, even though they only got 4 points total, you know, they still survived quite a while. They had a lot of moves to make, and they made them. So nicely done from them as well. Team Spirit's a bit of a surprise down there.
I know.
With just 2 points, though. That's an odd one.
They moved well. They rotated quite well in the early circles, and I talked about the 2-2 split. Then they moved into the city, and then they moved into the coastline. I don't know exactly what went wrong. There was at one point in the game where they lost 2 players, so I don't want to kind of really speculate, other than they're going to know to kind of look back. They're going to know within reason what they did wrong, and they can come back into game 3. But this is the overall standings after 2 games.
Vive la France. That's all I have to say. Vive la France.
Oh my god.
25 to 33 points. I love it. Yes.
Sacre
SPG
bleu.
on top. Yeah, but look. 22 elimination points to Rush Team's 15. I mean, they're already doing very well for themselves. I'm not going to get too ahead of myself, though. You know, it is only 2 games. But, you know, it's looking good so far for day 1.
It really is. It really is. Definitely very well done to shoot to kill. SPG Rush down in the bottom half of the standings. Ocean on Fire, Big Baby, both on 1 point. They're going to need to do what they can to turn things around. Again, we're going kind of back to back in terms of Erangel, so they will be able to evolve more heavily. And Team Spirit, I think, kind of being, once again, the big surprise of only on 7 points in these first 2 games.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one for sure. Second game, let's go.
Indeed, indeed. Let's head to a quick break and we will be back with game number 3.
Someone power, some they want it all, but got nothing to back it up, so then they fall. Me, I'm not wasting time, cause everyone dies, gets put in the ground. I'll take just what I got, rise to the top, my glory found. I'm the greatest, come on, say it. You're gonna know my name, so famous. Cause I'm the greatest, you're gonna hate it. You're gonna know my name, come on, say it.
We are back here in the PMSL EMEA qualifiers for the EU region. We've had 2 games done already, one in Sanhok, one in Erangel, and we are heading into game number 3. Neptura, what are you looking for coming into this 3rd game?
I'm looking for some bigger movements from these newer teams. I want to see Big Baby. We've seen a little bit from them, but just not enough. Ocean as well. Good ideas so far, not able to execute it properly. ALPI as well. I've seen a lot of stuff from ALPI so far, and they just are very quiet so far in the last couple of games. So I'm really looking for a step up in this 3rd game for that.
One of the big benefits we might have alluded to is going back to back of the same map. It really allows all of these teams a much greater opportunity to, you know, compare playing path, compare circle, compare rotation, not only for themselves but of the other teams around them, because especially if you're a good team and you're good IGLs, you're able to extract more information while you're playing, right? You're able to look at seeing another team, look at the elimination feed. At least you might not take as much as we take, obviously, because it's a different kind of, you only see your own individual point of view, but you're definitely able to take a lot more than you would and move that onto the next map.
Yeah, absolutely. There's so much information that you can still get, even if you don't have, you know, the map feed, or you don't have this bird's eye view that we get. You know, there's still so much information to be able to be drawn on all sides. You know, every aspect of this game can be seen from your point of view. So that is going to be an interesting one. I think overall in that last game, though, I think the teams handled that hard shift really, really well. No one team actually was the loser in that. They all came across the bridge quite nicely. They all tried to find their way into zone, and they all succeeded for the most part. We didn't see too many teams just go out in a blaze of glory. So it was a nice thing to see. Hopefully this next game they're not gonna have to do that. The zone's gonna be nicer to them this time. But we'll see. So far it's been looking really nice.
Yeah, definitely. The circle, as much as no team has the ability to control where the circle goes, it definitely is something that needs to be factored into why a team might have done bad, or obviously why a team might have done good. Nexus Gaming, the winners of the 2nd game, they weren't handed the game. Like, you correctly, to be fair, made a great point at the end of that 2nd game, but it did play a factor in them being able to be in a better position, not having to chase that circle, right? Whereas other teams did have to chase a circle. So hoping for a bit more of a balanced set of phases in this 3rd game.
No, absolutely. You know, I'm always saying I'm really toxic when it comes to circles and zones and things like that, because as a spectator, it's always fun to see those crazy sides of zone where everybody's just trying to pile on in at once. But it's really not fair on the teams for there to be too much of that, because they're not able to play to their full potential. You know, you saw the likes of Leo, of even NEXGEN to a certain degree, having to chase that zone just constantly, and it blocks any strategy you may have by just having to get into zone. So hopefully, it's going to be more balanced this time at least. And the nice thing is, I think another benefit to the back-to-back same maps is you're not switching all the time, so you don't have to wait for the next Erangel. You can go straight into it. If the last Erangel was bad, or the last Erangel was a hard shift, go straight into it for another chance at a nicer circle, the game being a bit nicer to you, and you're able to actually use those strategies with the same mindset. But only if you have 2 different strategies, right, for different maps, as we see sometimes.
Well, yeah, that's something around strategies, where you know, you've done analytical work, you've been a coach and an analyst for a PMGC team. So I kind of want to ask you this: where does strategy start for a PUBG Mobile team? You know, where do you think is the kind of the core beginnings of strategy for a team?
I kind of want to say, I mean, there's 2 different sides. So when you're a beginning team, you focus, I think, on those rotations. you get solid rotations, you've got a solid strategy. In terms of the team overall, I think synergy is the most important because the synergy is what enables you to take risks. It's what enables you to make those different calls and tweak it mid-game if you need to. That is where you get your team and you go, right, we got to change something. Let's do it real quick. And they go, yeah, sure, we're on board with that. Let's go. So it's two different aspects. One for a completely new team, rotation's just fine. As you start getting more experience, it's got to be that synergy that holds you together.
I love that because, you know, doing color commentating and understanding it myself, totally knew that, but the way you put that was incredibly good. It's kind of like, yeah, it's because synergy builds trust and trust builds the ability to improvise in the moment. Absolutely excellent point you made, Neptor. We are just waiting to get into this third game, by the way. I think there's a little bit of an issue of a player loading in, but we are into the grounds of where the players are loading in. They will get an idea of where the playing path is going to be. Hopefully it's going to be a good one. I want you to touch upon a little bit of what you think has been, without seeing every aspect of their game so far, what has been a bit of the reason why maybe Team Spirit hasn't kind of hit the high marks that we arguably expected of them? Have they not been aggressive enough?
Potentially, I could see that being the problem because, you know, as we pointed out in the last game, their rotations are really solid. They're getting those good places. They might not be cementing those positions enough with enough aggression, you know, not enough sprays at various teams to kind of just go, oi, don't even look over
push
here.
them away,
You don't really want to. Yeah. I mean, Navi or GG rather are really good at that, right? At keeping players away from them. They might want to take a little bit of that into their own gameplay because I think all teams do it to an extent. I think GG do a very extreme version of that, but it's something that you want to incorporate into your whole, and into every team. Every team needs to take a little bit of that. So I would maybe say, yeah, you're right. They're just not being aggressive, not necessarily an aggressive in a point sort of way, but just aggressive in an almost defensive sort of way, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you. When I look back over Kitsune as a player and as an IGL, when he was in Cloud9 in North America, one amazing point is that he was incredibly strong as a rotational IGL. But when it came to fights, I always felt that he was lacking that element of aggression, more so as an individual player. But again, that will always impact the team because if you're not as aggressive as a player, especially as an IGL, it's going to rub off in terms of wanting the rest of your team to scale back a bit. And obviously with Navi and then G Gladiators, when you have like Tixie, Matic and Meku who are just like ridiculous in terms of their power, naturally I think he kind of shaped his own IGL alongside that. So as much as I don't want to compare, do Effect and Nomi have that same level of aggression as the previous players that played under Kitsune?
No, it's an excellent point because, yeah, you know, we do see those teams that you do see those players doing really well, being very aggressive, but yeah, not to the extent I think of his previous team. So yeah, there's definitely maybe a dynamic there going off that's going to change that strategy a little bit, and maybe it's something they need to now work on. It's a new thing to work on, or, you know, play to their strengths. Maybe they don't do aggressive stuff. Maybe they change it to an early center rotation and then defensive spray a little bit, but really just try and make sure they have that cover. Something like that just needs to tweak and play to their strengths.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We could be overthinking it, of course. It's still early days in the PMSL EMEA qualifiers for EU. We are having a bit of an issue with one of the players connecting, so we are going to go to a quick break and we will be back with game number 3 very shortly.
time, cause everyone dies, gets put in the ground. I'll take just what I got, right to the top, my glory found. I'm the greatest, come on, say it. You're gonna know my name so famous. 'Cause I'm the greatest, you're gonna hate it. You're gonna know my name, come on, say it. Tick-tock goes the clock on every life. No rest, no pain, I'm in overdrive. Get your beauty sleep, kick up your feet, yeah, waste it all. Me, I'm not stopping, I'm not dropping, yeah, they're gonna call me the greatest. Come on, say it. You're gonna know my name so famous. 'Cause I'm the greatest. You're gonna hate it. You're gonna know my name. Come on, say it. Can you feel it rising up? Can you feel it rising up? Yeah, tell me, have you had enough? Yeah. Can you feel it rising up? Yeah. Tell me, have you had enough? Oh. 'Cause I'm the greatest. Come on, say it. You're gonna know my name so famous. 'Cause I'm the greatest. You're gonna hate it. You're gonna know my name. Come on, say it. I'm the greatest. Come on, say it. You're gonna know my name so famous. 'Cause I'm the greatest. You're gonna hate it. You're gonna know my name. Come on, say it.
Welcome back once again to these games. We are firmly back and all the players seem to be loaded in, so we will be getting into game number 3. So we are getting to the halfway part of the day. The first two groups of the total 24 teams vying for a spot in the finals next week. That's one thing that we need to kind of really mention, right? You don't need to be first at the end of these qualifiers. You just need to be in the top 16.
No, absolutely. It's a great point because I think so often you go, okay, we got to be first. Even us viewers, you know, okay, top 5 really need to show us what they've got.
Yeah.
It's like, no, it's top 16. They're fine. They can just do what they want. As long as they're top 16, it's fine. And I think in many ways, if I might be so bold, a lot of viewers get very frustrated and kind of go, oh, something needs to change. You know, a lot of people will kind of be tempted to think, you know, they need to do something about it. And it's like, yes, but at the same time, it's only the top 16 that go in. So if they're sitting very comfortably at 12th, they're not going to go all out to win a game. They're just going to play their game and just chill a little bit. But you know, it is how it is.
That's something we very much saw in PMPLs over the past couple of years, right? When we had the kind of league stage and the super weekends, teams would hold out during the kind of weekday games and make it in, and then in the super weekends they'd unleash their maximum power. So that's a great point you make.
Ooh, you know, we tried so hard to get a decent zone and playing path for these teams, and PUBG hasn't hurt us. Ouch. They're making the best of it, right? They're still able to get to quite a bit of their landing spots, but definitely not all of them. And the zone, I don't think is gonna really make things much better. Honestly, okay, that's the best possible way it could have gone. That's not too bad there, but you are still going to have those issues on those bridges, maybe a botation coming in here. But you know what I'm surprised by, Imperium? All these
What's
hot
that?
drops that we're seeing. I was not expecting to see this many teams drop on each other in these early games. We've got,
Well,
what, 2 different hot drops going on?
2 or 3 at least. You're dead right.
Yeah.
I will say that's partly a factor because of the playing path being so heavily down south. So secondary drop spots do come into play, and again, because some of these teams won't be as familiar with each other, that can be the case. A total of 4 teams down the Military Island will make things very tricky for all 4 of them, essentially, should they survive and get close to the bridges, while this Pachinki fight between NEXGEN and Leo could be kicking off real soon. Lithuania against Fake of Escape Esports. He's on his own. That's easy peasy.
Yeah. That is very easy. Unfortunately, for Escape, I think that was. Yeah, for Escape, they're so split up here. They were not expecting
Aren't they?
a team to drop on them. Unfortunately for Escape, they are also a team that need quite a few points. It's not like Lithuania actually dropped on a team that was doing a bit better. Because
Yeah.
Lithuania need these points, right? They've not had a good couple of games, not necessarily. So
No.
it'd be nice for them to just farm up these few points for a start of the game. It's just unfortunate it's against Escape here, but I don't think they're going to allow that to happen. Back to the vehicle and out they go. NEXGEN and Leo, the next ones in Pachinki, though, looking like an interesting fight happening.
Lovely spread from NEXGEN, although they do have a player knocked. Now being cooked up by Leo Esports. This is a team right now, Leo Esports, looking good when it comes to eliminations. All of their 7 points from the first 2 games have come from eliminations. So they've yet to get to a stage in the game to secure placing points. I'm all for a bit of a balance, but definitely got to be impressed with their ability to get the points from the kills.
Absolutely. Oh! With a laser like that, I'm not surprised. Phoenix going straight down there. What a tiny peek as well. Not sure how he even managed that, but really good work there. NEXGEN gonna be feeling it now, but he does go down. Not for long, though. It is in the middle, and it's what, a 2v1 at this point? Yeah.
It is, but I believe one of the Leo players is down to a sliver of health.
Yeah.
The not player, Shinra, is arguably giving a bit of information over. This is by no means secured by Leo Esports. They have a bit of a body advantage, but Blade could definitely pull out something massive as smoke goes out. Yes, it does. Try and stave off through the smoke. Gets a knock onto Marin. Now as the revive is pulled off, it's still 2v1, but again, Blade with little to no health, and that is going to be Leo finishing off NEXGEN. Again, I didn't know if Leo were going to come out on top there.
Yeah. Yeah, but you know what? Not only did they come out on top, they come out as a full squad. They are definitely going to be able to get those reses up and done. Brilliantly played from Leo there. I just love the spray with that AKM that came through. Beautiful stuff. Right? Well deserving of the win in that one. NEXGEN have had a pretty good day so far. They'll be looking for the next Erangel because we have another Erangel after this. It's not the end of the road. They're just going to meet their buggies in the middle, switch on up, get those skins nice and loaded. Do something here. This is interesting. What are we doing? Oh, in the end, we have decided the one buggy was not a good one, and we're going to go as a duo in the other. That's fine. That is a decision being made. Rush, on the other hand, looking to right every time we come on to them. Oh, what are they doing with the buggies? Again, what is this meta? Am I unaware of something here?
I don't know.
What's happening?
Buggy is a 2-person vehicle. I don't know.
I don't know. That's so strange.
That's all I can say. Yeah, it is.
Apparently.
So despite the plane being again so south that we touched upon, the phase 1 is absolutely fantastic. What areas of this circle are you kind of looking for teams to occupy, whether it's to their strengths based on your understanding or just areas of the map that you know allow a team to play much stronger into the late game?
That's a good question. Let's see here. I'm surprised there's no one at Rosehawk, to be honest. I think it's a good base to start from, coming in over to the
Okay.
South Ridge there, across over those hills. But that's one of my very favorite places to play on Erangel, so that might be
Fair.
my own personal bias coming through. It's very open for teams, so it's hard to play in that regard. But it does give you a lot of nice cover, and it's currently very open. So I am a little surprised that no one is there. So far, though, I think everybody's kind of where I would expect them to be. Nice split down the middle. STK for sure got a really good spot. Obviously, Spirit had the same idea. Nomi does go out in the end. He couldn't get behind that ridge in time, and he will be immediately flushed out. That's a big, big blow to Spirit right now.
The third place team, Shoot to Kill, continuing as they have, racking up another elimination for themselves. I know my feed. Sorry about that. I don't know if I'm coming through okay, but
Oh, you're good now. Yep, all good.
there you go. I should be back. I should be back. Yeah.
You're
so
back.
I know Striker is a very experienced player for Shoot to Kill. I've seen him across multiple tournaments. And he's definitely been a strong driving force of Shoot to Kill being where they are after 2 games.
Yeah, most definitely, most definitely. As we see that zone closing in, Big Baby having a very late rotation coming into here. Oh no, that's a huge hard shift coming in.
Yeah.
We're going back to Milta, but it's mostly farm here. 1337, immediately I look to them. They have to make that crossing ASAP if they want any sort of placement here in this game. I love what ALPI's doing. They've centered up. They've immediately recognized, oh, we have to hold down the fort here, and they're immediately regrouping. So very nice.
None of the military island teams have gone for a rotation so far. Escape Esports off the back of losing one player. They're going on the northern tip of the island. Lithuania still outside of Novo area. I forget who it is that's underneath them down the south edge. I think they were just continuing to loot. And MABETEX actually moving from the mainland into Military Island. That's a really, really interesting rotation.
It sure is interesting indeed. Let's see. Just looking here. SBG as well, looking like they have an idea of what they're doing, continuing that trajectory of those northern rotations. I mean, it's been, what, 2 years now? We've seen them always rotate from the north side, coming into zone on the north side. So continuing that trend as well. But in this instance, it is going to work for them. I'm not sure what BR are doing. Did they realize that 1337 is there and they're waiting for that? Because why are you up here otherwise? This is a very interesting position. I guess they're trying to scout. Okay, they do have eyes, so
I think it's very much breaking team. I think it's very much breaking team understanding that with a very southern playing path, there's more likely going to be multiple teams, you know, still in the island. So trying to, I suppose, play a bit of a surprise attack is going to be important. But as Lithuania move in, MABETEX are going to be able to take advantage, pick up an elimination point, and there's another player, Lithuania, a little bit further up into this phase 2, but they're not really going to find them just yet. Again, you know, MABETEX rotation still definitely quite risky because of that playing path. I like it, and it's worked out for now, but for me, in terms of late game, it could be putting them into a bit of a bottle.
I don't like this from 1337. No,
Yeah.
just all kinds of no, unfortunately. I mean, where do you even start with that? They should have rotated far earlier. They should have rotated much more together. I think they're just too slow. The biggest problem there was they were too slow. They've gotten taken out. They got looked at by breaking team and then taken out by 2 others. I mean, that is very unfortunate there. Hopefully they can fix that for next game, because that's not going to get them very far, as it didn't here. It will not serve them well in the next game. But the zone continues to hard shift. It's now ping-ponging back up to the north side. This makes SPG in a fantastic position, Imperium. This could look very good for them at breaking team, though. Having a little look-see. Oh, no, not the vehicles, not the priceless vehicles. They need those. They're far, far from zone, but I think breaking team, they're like, well, we've got some, so you don't need any. We're good to go. We don't care. As we see, breaking team. Again, what is with these guys, man? They continue. Whoa, nice little jump there. But they continue to not move over to the the mainland here. They just continue to refuse to actually get across this bridge. I don't understand it.
I think it's for me, when it comes to being in a bit of a pinch of a situation, you've got 2 ways of playing the game. You either go full send it into the circle, or you kind of hold back and try to pick up kills, right? And I think that's what Breaking Team are just trying to do, play for the picking of kills outside the blue. It's still only phase 3 blue zone, so the damage isn't too bad. I don't disagree with it, but again, how far is it going to get them into the game? If they're able to pick up 3, 4, 5 eliminations off the back of it, that's okay, because that's the same as a high level of placement points, right? That's the same as you know, 3rd, 4th place in placement points. So yeah, it's just about how they really execute their play style, while MABETEX move in from that western side, going deep into the circle. You talked about SPG's position. They're spread extremely effectively in a 2-2 split.
They are. I love to see it. There's nothing I love more, Imperium, than an effective split. It's just so yummy to watch, and to watch them play that, because it's so nice. I love it so much. Anyway, I tell you who else is trying to threaten that, though. STK. Yeah, you see it on screen now. STK look like they might want a little bit of that, but yeah, it's even better up close. The 2-2 split's so nice. They might have a bit of a problem, though, coming in here. You know, you have a lot of teams to the south side that don't have to worry about that. It's that east and west front that they have to worry about. You got Rush on one side, STK on the other. This particular area is so open that they're gonna have to make sure nobody has that ridge. They have to make sure they're the only person on that north side. Big Baby have decided to threaten this position as well, as have STK. Oh no, I suddenly do not like SPG's chances here.
It's a tricky part of the map to lock down, that kind of hill to the north of farm, because it's quite straight. If you really don't control it, it's very easy for a team to pinch you. So for SPG, they need to commit to either the northeast or the northwest of that roadside, in my eyes, because they got to think that a team or 2 is going to be looking to overtake that hillside position. The teams down south, coming from that coastal line, such as Oceans on Fire, are going to have to move in. They have TNL a little bit behind them, but again, still as a full squad, they're looking to kickstart their journey in this qualifying stage. They've had a bad run in the first 2 games, but there's still plenty of time.
Oh yeah, there is for sure. 2 minutes even until we reach stage number 4. So this is why you're going to be seeing these teams not really moving that quickly. Sure, you do see some on the northern side trying to move in, trying to see what they can do here. But for the most part, these teams are okay. But what is not okay is this guy's ability to just take them all down. Is that his 3rd?
Absolutely phenomenal by Shoot to Kill.
Wow.
That's going to be SPG whittled down to just 2 players in the form of Robs and I think Victor. No, sorry, SPG have been eliminated. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, they're all gone.
Shoot to kill. Man, okay. That happened like faster than the speed of light. Very well done. And that was the risk, right, of that kind of north of farmyard position.
Oh, it absolutely was. There was a real difficulty between these two different teams here. And STK, they really had to choose one or the other. With a team like STK, they could not allow themselves to be split up and look at two different teams there. So I think it was slightly inevitable that was going to happen. But you see STK over there now pushing Big Baby. We could see a fight end up on that side. But the Nameless, they are looking. They have a fairly good spot here. They might be looking for an in onto this new zone. But ALP, on the other hand, are looking very nice for themselves. I actually hate that compound, but for them, it's working.
Look, it's all about what you do with this situation rather than how much you like it. Even the trickiest of areas of a map can be turned around in your favor if you really utilize it to the best of your ability. English getting a knock on the Dennis of Big Baby. I did like Big Baby spread across the first couple of circles, but they haven't really done anything. They would have heard the shots between Shoot to Kill and SPG, but they didn't really look to be aggressive off the back of that. And now you can see Shoot to Kill are just swarming the area. Striker gets out of the vehicle. Dennis is knocked down. Over is down. Babu is the last player standing as far as I know, and that is Shoot to Kill. Already Neptoro on 9 eliminations.
Wow, that is just... They're starting to warm up now, right? The first two games are always the warm-up. They're starting to get where they need to be. Leo, nice little spread immediately, very coordinated between those players coming in there. And Leo, Andre's got a nice spray. Can't connect enough of those, though. He has to try again, but now they know he's there.
Yeah, was that too much of a trigger figure from Leo Esports? You've yet to make it into the edge of the circle, and you're taking shots onto an opposing team. I would always say make sure maybe you have a little bit of a touch onto the edge of the circle or a player inside before you take those shots. And now the team down the south of them, MABETEX, are going to be coming in and somewhat third-partying it. That's Marine down from his side. Shoot to Kill now, all they have to do is just kind of wait it out and pick off the final part of this fight as Leo Esports. Aka trying to pull off a first aid. MABETEX, again, just kind of getting ahead of them to make it into the edge of the circle, watching their backs. Lovely nades by Syox.
Yeah, very nice indeed. Yeah, I can maybe it was a little bit of trigger happiness on the part of Leo, but I did like the aggression that it was portraying. I liked the attitude it was giving. Yeah, maybe they just need to rein it in a little bit. MABETEX, I will tell you what, MABETEX have always been in the thick of it. If there's a fight going on, MABETEX are there waiting to third party that position. So I like that they're continuing to do that. Leo, a good defense despite that rocky start, a really good defense. It's not working out for them bit by bit. They're being taken down here, but it's a good effort here.
Syox with another nade. That's going to be the final blow onto Leo Esports. With 8 teams remaining, you have 2 teams on the north and the rest of the teams down south. That's Shoot to Kill and MABETEX. It could quickly become one team if Shoot to Kill have anything to say about it. However, Haisu gets a knock onto a player of Shoot to Kill. Just to say to Shoot to Kill, hey, you may be aggressive, but we can give it just as back.
Ooh, Spirit, though. They're trying to find a way in. Again, having to chase zone just a little bit here, and Rush team so far have made a good show of things. Yep, 2 down now as they go right in the middle of these twos. Team Spirit get taken out. Imperium, what is this?
It was just great play by Rush to have those players positioned. For Team Spirit, I think that was weak of a push. You gotta know that there's gonna be a player inside that sniper tower, right? 9 times out of 10, there's always gonna be a player in the sniper tower. I believe Team Spirit got the initial knock, so that's what called for the push. However, just really, you know, a lack of understanding in that moment was their fading, but great defense by the side of Team Rush.
Yeah, definitely. I totally agree with that. Definitely a weaker push coming in there, but that's okay. It's only game number, what, 3? Yeah, game number 3. Alp, though, also feeling the fire there. Mori taking him on out as he tries to get in zone. Nexus as well, the last game's winners, they have to move in as well. They're going to be looking to get those spots. They have an opportunity here. That zone is fairly open, especially where it's come in now. All these teams onto that southwest side, they're going to be all fighting each other. Beautiful spray there, by the way. But Nexus have a real opportunity here.
Indeed they do. Indeed they do. Oh my god. 5 teams are left.
Like
ALPI go down. Nexus Gaming, they're still in the mix, but they're outside the circle of phase number 6. The Nameless are to the right of them, also outside the circle. The Mind Weapon are guarding their spot, guarding Nexus's entry point. The smokes are going to be aplenty, while Shoot to Kill are on top of the mountain, overbearing all of their opponents, just like they're doing on the leaderboard as they look to claim the top spot after game number 3.
I tell you what, Nexus looking for those shots onto Shoot to Kill. They're not wasting time with those teams next to them because they know no matter what they do, the teams up on that northern ridge are the ones in control. So they're getting them first, defending that position first. Now they enter the shack, but one does go down. It sneaks on the board, but no, he's not. He goes on down. It's now up to Rogo. He takes out 2 of Nexus rather. Now it's just Doran on that tree. Can he get him? No, he cannot. He gets taken out by... Oh, he does! I thought that was from a different area. That's a 1v3 right there.
It was with a little bit of help from Rush. I gotta give you know, kind of that element of credit to Nexus in terms of why they didn't take out the side of Mind Weapon. It was always going to be tricky. I credit to them for trying it. It wasn't meant to be. Great defense by Rogo. Great composure to keep himself in this game and pick up a couple of eliminations for it. However, it seems like the 2nd and 3rd place team respectively in the leaderboard are in the top 3 of this game. Rush have already got themselves a chicken dinner. That was the first one in Sanhok. Can they claim a 2nd, or will it be Shoot to Kill's win in this game?
It could definitely be. Oh, Shoot to Kill certainly want it, don't they? Look at that regroup just running up that hill with those vehicles there. Rush in a really tough spot, I have to say. The way that Shoot to Kill are actually playing this, I doubt Rush are going to be able to get out of that compound. And it's just Rogo left for the Mind Weapon. I mean, as a solo, he's not going to have much to do here. STK, Rush, both these teams are looking too greedy for them to let that solo alone for very long. But he's gotten top 3. That is good. He's going okay. Interesting positioning from STK, though. This ridge is not good. Please move. Please move quickly. They've decided to stay. Interesting.
Well, they're in the circle.
Well,
that's one of the benefits. Even though it might not be the best position, they're in the circle, whereas Rush have to move, and Rush are opting to try to move up on towards the high ground, but Aztecs is there, cooking up a nade. He's going to lowball it, but it's not going to work out. Shots go in his direction. He's yet to get knocked down. Mori is going to be taken out. Metana is at least going to get the trade, closes the door, and the nade is going to be thrown out. Metana is aware of that. More yet to be revived off. However, Rush, where credit where it's due, they have gotten the better of this engagement. Now it's just Anguish left in his own. Finishes him off. That's going to be 16 eliminations for Shoot to Kill in this third game alone. Rusher moving away. That is interesting. I don't disagree with it. And as we talked about, you know, or we didn't really consider a mind weapon, claiming this chicken dinner with Shoot to Kill and Rush kind of picking each other off one by one. That's allowed the mind weapon Rogu to get into the circle, create a bit of hard cover for him. Shots from Strict go out, yet to find English. English is covered by the tree. The nade actually hits the tree, not going to connect in the direction of English. English gets off a first aid, but now Strict gets the final blow on to Shoot to Kill.
Does indeed. Shoot to Kill, who were looking so strong in that end game, finally go on down. Rush just rushing them past what they can handle, apparently, and in they go. The Molotov gets him. No, he self-Molotoved. He self-Molotoved right there. You've got to love the denial of points coming in that final game. But Rush with 2 out of the 3 wins right now. What a team!
Man, you know, that was a great push onto Shoot to Kill's position, right? Because again, they had to move into the circle. They really had to move into the circle, and that, I think that's the definition of taking control of the game, right? Taking control of what you need to do to get the win.
Yeah, absolutely. It was really, really well played. I love seeing this aggression and this aggression working. You know, sometimes you will see these new teams go, yeah, guns blazing, we can do it, absolutely, and then get told off by the bigger teams, get shut down and go, no, 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 that's not how we do it here. Rush seemed to be able to do both things at the same time. They're bringing that real aggression to this lobby that otherwise, as aggressive as they are, don't seem to be doing it quite like Rush, and Rush are getting away with it. 22 points on the board.
Yeah.
Fair enough, only 1 point ahead of Shoot to Kill, but still, they're ahead.
It's arguably a better level of balance between aggression and control, or aggression and the ability to close out a game, right? Nothing against Shoot to Kill. Their eliminations have been more than impressive, but again, without that chicken dinner, you do think, can they get the job done, especially moving into the finals, where there's arguably going to be a much higher standard of teams across the board in the 16. Moving on to Nexus Gaming, they still got themselves 8 points in total. It was a quiet game for them from a spectator standpoint. It seemed to be a lot of action happening on the north, whereas they kind of did their own thing on the south. And again, 5 eliminations. It was still a good game for Nexus.
No, absolutely, it was indeed. MABETEX also taking, you know, a little bit more of that that aggressive stance. Still getting a few eliminations in total, so a good game from them. I like what I'm seeing. They're always in the fight. Wherever there is one, there they are. So I like what I'm seeing from them. What's interesting though is this is the first game we've seen SBG both go out early and also with less than 5 eliminations.
Yeah, definitely. That will certainly have an impact in the overall standings. Again, we're looking for the top 16 teams, so it's not really the end of the world. However, seeing which team are on top will at least give us something to talk about. The likes of Big Baby, Oceans on Fire. Once again, we're seeing a bit of a trend from those teams. Have they dug themselves too deep in this kind of lobby? They'll have plenty more chances. However, if they keep this trend up, it's going to be them kind of being connected out of the top 16. We'll have to wait and find out. Let's go for a short break, and we'll be back for game number 4.
some want power, some they want it all, but got nothing to back it up, so then they fall. Me, I'm not wasting time, cause everyone dies gets put in the ground. I'll take just what I got, right to the top, my glory found. I'm the greatest, come on, say it. You're gonna know my name, so famous. 'Cause I'm the greatest, you're gonna hate it. You're gonna know my name, come on, say it. Tick-tock goes the clock on every life. No rest, no pain, I'm in overdrive. Get your beauty sleep, kick up your feet, yeah, waste it all. Me, I'm not stopping, I'm not dropping, yeah, they're gonna call me the greatest, come on, say it. You're gonna know my name, so famous. 'Cause I'm the greatest, you're gonna hate it. You're gonna know my name, come on, say it. Can you feel it rising up? Can you feel it rising up? Yeah, tell me, have you had enough? Yeah. Can you feel it rising up? Yeah. Tell me, have you had enough? Oh. 'Cause I'm the greatest. Come on, say it. You're gonna know my name, so famous. 'Cause I'm the greatest. You're gonna hate it. You're gonna know my name, come on, say it. I'm the greatest. Come on, say it. You're gonna know my name, so famous. 'Cause I'm the greatest. You're gonna hate it. You're gonna know my name, come on, say it.
Welcome back to day one of the PMSL EMEA qualifiers for the EU region. This is only day one of 3. Again, it's 24 teams in total. We have 16 playing today. It's Group A and Group B going up against each other for the first 6 games of qualifiers. We've already had 3, so we are officially halfway through the day, Natura.
We are indeed. It's gone so quick, Imperium. I have to say,
right?
It's gone very, very quickly. We only have 3 more games. 1 more Erangel coming up, and then 2 Miramars. Just quickly to kind of touch a little bit about what we were saying in that last before break.
Okay.
Is I think in some ways you see a lot of teams that want to have two different strategies coming in for Erangel versus Miramar, and I think maybe some of those teams like Big Baby, the teams that we're not seeing do too well on Erangel, may step up in Miramar and have a big, much better Miramar strategy. I don't know that that's a valid excuse necessarily.
That's a stretch. Yeah. Like, I want to commend what you say and go, yes, some teams are stronger in Miramar than Erangel, but
yeah,
to me, like, Erangel's the OG map.
Yeah.
You got to have, you got to have a higher base at least than what Big Baby has shown. I like what you're saying, but yeah, you're definitely stretching. You're stretching it a bit. For sure.
Yeah, just a little bit. It's just kind of like, some teams do end up having that real dominance on Miramar and then be very quiet on Erangel. But when it comes to PUBG Mobile, we see far more Erangels than we do Miramars, and that's where you've got to be good if you want to be the best, the most consistent. So it's something to think about, but definitely something to kind of try and change as much as possible, because Erangel is where it's at, first and foremost.
The final Erangel game of the day sees a much nicer playing path, a little bit more up north, but certainly centering towards the center. Centering towards the center, nice. Will allow these teams to spread themselves a lot more variably. In the last game, we saw 4 teams dropping Military Island. I doubt we're going to see it this time around.
Yeah, no, I don't think, unless people have parachuted, pulled the parachute all the way up here. No, that's not going to happen. We're not going to see that. Somebody is in Rozhok, though, heck yeah. ALP going there, very nice. Finally, they get their spot to themselves. This is where they dropped in PMCO, so they get that drop again, finally, for them. Big influx of teams Imperium going onto that eastern side, and by the looks of that circle, it's not going to do them any good.
Nexus shifting up north towards the Stalbar area of the map, and they're going to be joined by Escape Esports and Big Baby. I'm surprised that Nexus didn't look to stretch and get to Milk the Power. I felt like that would have been more kind of viable and definitely acceptable. I have to see if it pays off for them. In around George Paul, you have Shoot to Kill, you have Rush, Lithuania, and the Mind Weapon. They're already inside this phase 1, which is to the western side of the map.
I like what Robs is doing here. I mean, I know that's a shame. It's only for a vehicle, which is a shame. He's going to regroup with his team in Yasnaya. But I almost actually really liked that little play coming in there. Just one little foot in the zone for his rest of his teammates to move up into. But no, that's not going to be the case. Bit of a shame, but you know what? At this point...
It's still securing a vehicle so they can rotate into the circle a lot quicker, so that's really good by Robs, and it denies a vehicle from another team.
Exactly, that's what. Yeah, exactly. You don't want to lose a player this early on at this point in the tournament. So yeah, it's better to be safer than sorrier, as that person comes running through. So. Okay, interesting. They don't have anything on them. They're going to have to loot up. But Kapahala looks like he wants to take it all from him. He's, oi, this is my house. Get your own. As they loot up these teeny tiny little compounds on the side of Stalber Hill. An interesting play coming in from them. I think they saw the amount of teams coming over this side. They couldn't go Kameshki. They couldn't go Stalber. They can't even go here, apparently, because Overlaid is looking for trouble. Just zooming past up onto this compound.
I think it's more a little bit scouting, however, at the risk of him going down. Yeah, hanging on to the side of the hill. Also, there's a level of bait going on. M249 by Doran is certainly not a bad weapon to have in your hands for this fight. This will allow the rest of Nexus Gaming to join up and try and take down the player from Big Baby. And he's going to have to get out of there, like,
Yeah. Okay. I mean, they did it. They scouted successfully. They still have their players, and they know where Nexus is now. So, all in all, a success. But I'm not sure Big Baby should really be focusing their efforts on this team right now. They barely have any loot whatsoever. It's good to know where the team is, but not really necessarily to be trying to get some eliminations this early on. I mean, like, come on, it's not even 5 minutes in. You've got a long way to go get to zone first. I'd even drop down to Lipovka if I had to, down to those compounds, rather than push this. But why they're continuing to push? I guess this is what they're going for.
Yeah, it's more a thorn in the side for Nexus, in my opinion. It's slow Nexus's game down of rotating into the circle. The blue zone is already closing in. I'm going to credit Big Baby for taking the fight. Arguably, this is the most amount of action we've seen them look for in the first games of the day. Just maybe not the most sensible one, and it's certainly going to be quite easy for Nexus. They've gotten one knock, they've gotten two, they've confirmed, and it's just one player left for Big Baby. Doran is down on his knees, however, 3 against 1. Yeah, this is Nexus's win.
Yeah, it's got to be right. It's got to be. I don't care what weapon you have. You're not going to be able to do this unless Nexus pulls something where they come up over the ridge 1 by 1, but I think they're too good for that. There we go. Redox is going to take that final elimination. Big Baby is out of the game, the final Erangel of the night. That's a big shame coming in there, but you know what? It happens. You've got a newer team coming in that's all experience. All of it is experience. And they'll do something different tomorrow, hopefully, fingers crossed. But yeah, it's okay. Nexus, on the other hand, aren't going to say no to 4 points right off the bat. They're happy. They're going to just continue. And I tell you what, Imperium, the north side just got a lot freer to loot up.
It did, and there's very few teams on the northern side of this circle so far. SBG now starting to move out of Yasnaya into the northern part of this circle. There's still a bit of water in play. Shoot to kill looting up the North George still once again. NEXGEN. You have ALPI still in Rostock on the side now, which I'm okay in the early parts of this game because the top of Rostock, you made a good point of it. It kind of gives a lot of information to what's going on around them. So even though they might not be able to take shots onto SPG, they could be getting some information on that rotation.
Just keeping my eye on Escape as well. They're using that very northern road coming up to the very north coast of the map. It's not a road we see used too often. It's pretty much abandoned at this point. Is it going to get them bonus points in terms of an early rotation? No, you've got plenty of teams rotating in ahead of them. But yeah, Escape, they've got a pretty good idea going right now. They've gotten those elimination points in the first few games. Now they want those placements.
Yeah, looking at the overall standings after 3 games, you have Big Baby on 1 point, Oceans on Fire on 1 point, Lithuania on 6, Escape Esports on 7. I pointed out in the last game that all their points have been from eliminations. Breaking Team ahead of them on 7 points as well, and Team Spirit surprisingly on 10 in total. Phase 2 getting closer to showing its face. Now they're starting to see more teams, Neptura, on the northern side of this river.
They are indeed, and I say this every Erangel, every circle that happens. There's always something in an Erangel that go, oh, it's one of my favorite parts of Erangel to be on or to watch or to whatever. I do it constantly, but I tell you what, where SBG are right now, that north side, but more so where ALP is currently right above Rostock, is one of my very favorite places to play from. Yeah. It's so much fun. There's so much good terrain to work with. None of that matters, though, because we're not going there. Zone has gone straight down to Crates, to South George. Now I predict it's time for a Neptura Predicts. We're going to big fights on that mountaintop very, very shortly. There's no way a team is going to let that stand empty for very long.
You're talking about Everest, right?
Yes.
Yeah, hell yeah. God damn it, I missed Everest.
Yeah.
Oh, I missed Everest so much. Oh, bring it on. Of course, with a lot more teams going to the north of the river, that does arguably create a bit of space. Nexus Gaming, they were late moving in because of that engagement against Big baby. They're going to have the Nameless in front of them. SBG moving. I really love this compound, by the way, outside of North George Paul. Nobody had occupied it, and it's left it wide open for SBG to move down, and they take full advantage of it. STK Shoot to Kill are a little bit to the west of them, and ALPI are to the east of them, but ALPI are opting to move away, and I like this kind of. It's still only phase 2. It's okay to go back outside the circle. You're not going backwards, or just actually playing the game quite well.
No, absolutely. That's a really forward-thinking, switched-on move from them. Nexus just moving in onto TNL, though. Is Shum the last guy for TNL? No, they still got 3 up, so that's okay. Oh, maybe not for long. Maybe 2 up. Let's just go with 2 up.
Yep, that's 2 left for the Nameless. Nexus on 6 eliminations so far.
What? Oh, of course.
Yeah,
big,
well, yeah.
Big baby.
Arguably, the first 4 were
say.
easier than most, but again,
Yeah.
taking the confidence that you can get from early game eliminations and moving with that and not being afraid to take more, it's really important that you're able to recognize that as a team. We talked about Everest. Spirit are the ones to occupy the mountainous terrain of Erangel.
They sure are. I don't blame them either. This is a pretty predictable position for Team Spirit, for Kitsune, for the other guys here, and it's gonna be quite a nice one, a great spot for them as the zone has gone that way. It will probably continue to be somewhat in the new circles for a while. So a great spot, but interestingly not contested. It's a really hard one to fight, but you know what? Teams go for it anyway. However, we're not going to see that right now. We're going to see Escape versus STR.
Oh boy. 2 knocks from English to start things off finally, make that a 3rd. Fake goes down, and Escape Esports, they are left with just Lava on his own. We gave a compliment to Escape Esports under rotation on the very northern roadside of Severny. It's all well and good, but you got to be able to know when to fight, and with this plane path being north, a little bit north, and the first couple of phases, there was always going to be a chance that teams were going to be hanging onto that area of the map. Escape Esports will need to look back and learn from their mistakes coming into tomorrow's or the rest of their games in Erangel coming into the coming days. Next phase popped up, and it is a bit of a southwest shift.
I think it's a lot less Everest than Team Spirit were hoping for. Yeah, I think they were hoping to stay a little bit more in there for a little bit longer, but there's a fair amount still to play with. ALPI, they've been in, they've been out, and they're back in again, straight down into here. It's worked really well for them. 4 players all up. Oh, and it's Escape Esports to be taken out second.
Oh my god, the way you said that was actually fantastic. But it's genuinely a compliment towards them, because understanding, knowing when to disengage from a bit of a sticky rotation is so valuable to succeeding in these games. So well done to Team ALPI. Rush, I'm surprised they're still in South George. Crate, in my opinion, that's not really good to stay there for too long. You end up having too many teams surrounding you, while Nexus look to move up towards Everest.
Wow. Oh, okay. I mean, sure, if you want Nexus, but this is a really hard position to fight. But they're going to go for it. Kapahala lagging behind just a little bit.
Nay being cooked by effect will attempt to slow down the members of Nexus. I think Nexus were aware of that, maybe heard the Nay being cooked up and move back away. I like this entry point by Nexus. I think if you're gonna encroach onto Everest, it needs to be either on the western side or the eastern side, and Nexus at least trying to pull it out. However, Dorian gets knocked down, and Team Spirit, off the back of just moving slightly away, have at least benefited from that. By no means is it Spirit's fight in their favor just yet. Redox takes a ton of damage.
Effect takes a fair knock as well. My goodness me. I have to say, of the two, I prefer the western side to push this on. It's much easier just because the eastern side is so long, and then you get these fights with the big nade battles and not a whole lot going on because no one can peek each other to get those sprays down. So it can be really, really difficult. But the zone is putting pressure on Nexus. They got to do something drastic here. There you go, Redox. That's the drastic move. The push in with the vehicle, trying to bait them, trying to do something, and it's working.
Oh my god, Kapahala pushing in. Effect trying to slow things down. Naomi finds Exo Machina. Kapahala gonna trade on through. Pulls off a first aid, and I think Kitsune is the last player standing for the side of Team Spirit. Doran pushes forward. He's a little bit on his own. And he's down to a low amount of health. Doran gets knocked. Kitsune with the DBS will try to turn the fight around in their favor through the smoke. The elimination being confirmed. However, the damage has been done. He needs to scale back. Any first aids? You got a first aid, Kapahala. Redox gets up to 75% health, but this is a 1v2 against Kitsune. I talked about his rotational ability, but has he been aggressive enough in the past? Maybe not, but now is the time to be aggressive. Calculated like a snake slithering through the mountaintops of Everest. Time is ticking, Neptor, because the blue zone is closing in on phase 4.
Oh, it is. It is. If I was Kitsune right now, I would run on the other ridge, get to that top, get in zone a little bit more, but it's not going to happen. Kitsune is going to go for that 1v1, DBS, UMP in hand. It's not looking good for Kitsune. No, the zone just takes too much away from him. But what an effort, Imperium. What an effort from Kitsune there.
Kabahala, more like Umpahala. It's the weapon that, to me, he became synonymous with in PUBG Mobile Esports. And my God, does he make it pay off? Indeed, a great effort, by the way, from Kitsune as a final player. At least gave his team a couple of points. Nexus up to 10, but now one player left alive. The circle did shift up on phase 4 towards South George Crates. So I could be proven wrong in Rush's stance in staying in the crates, as now the teams have to come to him. Nexus go down, the mine weapon are in. It was only a matter of time, and we're down to 12 teams.
All this action for still 12 teams left alive. It feels like it should be the top 5 at least, but no, there's plenty more where that has come from. Nexus taking a sixth of the lobby with them, though. That is a phenomenal result coming in from them. My goodness me. The rest of the teams mostly just have one elimination, so it's very, very even for the rest of them. I like what ALPI is doing. They've got a nice small split. They're not taking too much territory. They're not being too, loud, too shouty. They're letting everybody else do that. They're just holding their own position. So I quite like that from them. On the other side, though, looking at crates, you got TNL here. Shum, the last for his squad, just sitting there. The last 2 for their squad, rather. Just saw him in the corner. They're just going to be very, very quiet as 1337 set up shop over in crates. Kami
on top of the crane. That's a very risky position to be in, but it can be very effective. Assume is going to have to kind of bait Lithuania's players away from the buildings and out into the kind of open part of the crates. Phase 5 shifts down to southeast. Fantastic for Leo Esports there in prime position. One of the lower standing teams, Oceans on Fire, now have to move in, but they're going to have to face up against ALPI and Rush either side of the road.
Very quickly, Imperium, I gotta ask, what's your thoughts on Leo's split here? That's a big one to chew.
Well, Dave, I would prefer at this stage a bit more of a kind of a two-person split in terms of one area of the map. However, I don't disagree with it because it gave them angles of information. We saw one go down, but that's a good question. You got to know when to go together and when not to go together. It's interesting.
Oh, the trigger discipline there. Dakimi, you are a better person than I am. I would have gone for that headshot so fast.
I know, right?
But GG's there. Nice discipline coming in there. Meanwhile, Junior has zero clue. He's like, oh, who's over here? Not going to be looking at them at all. And that's where you have that advantage, right? That sneak advantage. Unfortunately, they can't stay there forever. They have to move in with that zone, and that's what you see them doing now. But still have that advantage. We'll see what they can do with it.
They have a little bit of a warehouse on the very northeastern edge of the circle that can at least gather together as a two-person team. NEXGEN, inside the South George crates, as a full squad, 12 teams left, 35 players alive. The side of Ocean said they're going to have to move into the edge of the circle, and they're going up against ALPI. I believe Breaking Team was involved in a couple of their players going down as the final player from the side as they move closer. Hospital is Team ALPI's position to lock down.
They're going to have a hard time of it, though. Ocean just really going to be gatekeeping them as much as possible. But at the same time, Oceans are in a bit of a sandwich position right now. You do have Rush still keeping a lot of control on that side. I love how they've positioned themselves inside of that South George area, that little corner that has a great view of the rest of that south side is a really, really good spot for them to be in. They just have to make sure they don't get knocked, which I think one might have been, but it doesn't matter. You know, you've got those compounds as cover as long as somebody doesn't push in, which at this stage I don't think they're going to. You should be okay to get those reses back up and running.
I know the circle is about to shift, but credit to MABETEX. I think their position on the south edge, away from the buildings, but those high hills out to the right of Hospital are incredibly effective, and they have a fantastic spread on a 3-1 split. The final player of Leo is at least taking shots towards Kenzu. Where's this next phase gonna go? I kind of want to see it go north into the buildings, because that will make a very exciting finish.
Oh, it heard you and said, no, not today, Imperium. We're gonna go south. Directly on to Leo right there. That poor Solo must be just terrified right now. He's like, listen, I'm not causing any trouble. I'm just out here minding my own business. Well, not anymore. And Shoom getting Junior out of 1337. Finally, that's coming into play. Nicely done there. Good surprise. But now 1337 have bigger fish to fry. They've got to get into that zone. They have a nice spot in zone. ALPI are thinking the same thing. But once again, MABETEX are somewhere lurking in a corner, and they are going to be a real troublemaker for ALPI here.
MABETEX missed the prime opportunity to push into the warehouses. In my opinion, they should have known that there was only one player from an opposing team at that moment. However, Rush have proven to be the benefactors of moving in a bit early. Again, those warehouses are definitely tricky to control, because it's very open entrances and you can be shot from multiple angles. This fight between ALPI and MABETEX is going to be very hard to handle, because the second you go over the lip of the hill, you're going to have the likes of Rush, even 1337 to the north, overbearing, as Sandrix is going to get the knock onto Oron. That's going to allow ALPI to push a little bit more forward in the direction of the rest of MABETEX.
Ooh. Yes, indeed. I forgot that Shoot to Kill were even here. I haven't seen them for so very long, but Psyox doing the work, getting the job done, gets a trade pretty much immediately, but Shoom goes down to the play zone. That is unfortunate.
Oh my god, driving around, Kenzo, what are you doing? Whoa. Your tires are going to get blown up. He goes down, fearless of Team ALPI. The M4, the DBS, a good combination to have. MABETEX still have a player left up. He's going to move away. Haisu, the final player standing for his side. 8 teams left, but only 20 players. One team has a full squad left in this game, and guess who it is? It's Rush, because they moved in quickly off the back of the South George buildings. Incredible timing, and it's really synonymous to why they've gotten 2 chicken dinners so far in today's games. Could they get a third?
I think is 100% possible. They move so quickly, so early. It was so nice. But I tell you what, who really needs these points, it is Ocean. They have struggled so far, and here they are in the top 8. Could they get a placement point? It's a little early to go out just now, but down goes Frooks. Can Akashi do anything here? Oh, no, he can't.
No.
No, he can't.
Yeah.
Not going to happen.
Didn't even confirm the elimination as well. So once again, kind of going out with little to no points. Once secured, Phase 6 is going to go into Phase 7. Is centered on the warehouses in the next circle. Where is it going to center this time around? Once again, the warehouses are still in play. However, Lithuania are on that eastern edge. The mind weapon moving forward, utilizing the walls to their advantage, backing off into the buildings. Victor onto Rogo. That's going to be the opening push. However, Wama follows suit as Snowix goes down, falls to the hills of the grenades as Rob's behind the wall looks to try and create a spot into the circle. Time is ticking. Pressure is being put under as we are close to the circle closing in. But Victor with the DBS picks up more eliminations. That's a mind weapon down.
Nicely played on both ends, I have to say. They will, of course, be SBG who takes the cake on that one. I like the push by Alp as well. Look at that, just moving to that other hillside there, or at least behind it. Yeah, okay. They're going to be going behind it. There goes the smoke wall. They're going to be trying to go over onto 1337. This is what I wanted them to do from the beginning. I was hoping maybe they'd try that eastern side, and they are. Well done, them. Not quite in zone yet. Don't stop now. I guess maybe a little bit of a loot, little bit of a scout, but come on, guys. You got to push a little bit further than that.
They do, but I appreciate that they're stopping and trying to gather a bit of information, maybe hoping another team crashes in as SPG have and looks to distract the side of Rush so they can move in. They've also got to contend with this side of Lithuania. Well, this fight starts to break out. Nades going through the big windows of the warehouse. Lovely Molly could do a lot of damage onto SPG, not quite connecting. Still 3 players inside the warehouse for SPG. A bit of a stalemate now as Phase 7 will move into Phase 8.
ALPI now going to be making that move. Oh, was it just a little too late, perhaps? I almost feel like it might have been. There was a lot of teams fighting on the north side they could have moved into, but they've just left it slightly too long, and that's where they're going to be taken out 1 by 1, or rather 2 by 2. A duo still left alive. Maybe they can do something with that. They are slightly in zone as they snake their way in. And plus, Rush have bigger problems. SBG right next to them. 1337 across the way. 1337 need to get inside a zone, but are they going to make it? That is the big question, Imperium.
What's one of the greatest comedy franchises of all time? It's Rush Hour. And guess what? There was 3 Rush Hour movies. Rush Hour 1, Rush Hour 2, Rush Hour 3. And in the words of Bill in the WhatsApp production group, it could be Rush Hour time as they look to claim their 3rd chicken dinner. But there's 3 other teams around them. They do have the body advantage, right? Up as a full squad, and more importantly, by the way, a 2-2 split across the warehouses, so even if 1 player goes down, or even 2, they still have 2 players, right? It makes it harder to make a proper crash on the respective warehouses. A great knock is ALPI are just stuck behind a rock, nowhere to turn to, nowhere to hide, and credit to Lithuania, by the way, they lost players early on, but they made it into the top 4. Silence goes down at the hands of a Mori nade.
They do indeed. They make it in just by the skin of their teeth. I think that's what ALPI should have done, right? While the other teams were fighting, they should have pushed in, but that's not what they did. And here we go. Rush versus SBG, the top 2 players.
Lovely flash being pulled off the side of the door will really block out the vision, and now Rush are pushing forward. That was a perfect engagement from Rush. Indeed, Neptura, clap your hands. SPG shut down. There wasn't really much that they could do. However, that was a perfect engagement, and now there's just one team left in their way. Silence goes down. It's perfectly executed. Chris Tucker, Jackie Tan, they would be proud of Russia's performance in this last Erangel game of the day, and it is chicken dinner number 3 for the side of Rush.
I am flabbergasted. Oh my god, this team.
Incredible.
This team, man. Who are
I
they?
know, right?
We have seen
I know.
such fantastic work from them. I mean, as you said, that push onto SBG, just perfect. Chef's kiss all around. What a game coming in from them. Oh my goodness me. I mean, I'm both speechless and can't say enough at the same time about these guys.
I know. Like, if you compare SBG and Rush, or Russian against SBG, and NEXUS against Big Baby, right? It really shows how good Rush were with that engagement, because SBG they're not a bad team. They're a tough team to get the better of. Compared to, like, for example, Big Baby, who aren't the best team so far in this lobby. It was clinical from Rush team, just absolutely clinical. Three chicken dinners in today's 5 games. Sorry, 4 games, should I say?
No, it really was. They were definitely making the most of these Erangel matches, right? You know? But what a game from them. And the thing is that these other teams in the top 4 didn't do too badly either. You've got 9 eliminations from SBG. You've got 8 eliminations from Team ALPI. And then a big old 10 from Nexus Gaming. So you've got these teams. It's not like Rush is just dominating everybody and everybody's not doing well. You've got some really heavy hitters, and Rush team are just coming in and taking them all one by one. So it's just so much fun to see. I'm so excited if they don't end up doing well on the Miramars for tomorrow's Erangels, at least.
Yeah, exactly. It will be a telling sign if they can continue to evolve as a team coming into the latter half of the qualifying games. But certainly they've put a bit of a target on their back, and teams around them will be VOD reviewing and looking very closely at how they rotate into these games. Let's have a look at the overall ranking after 4 matches today. Rush team are on 67. That is 17 points ahead of second place.
Wow. That's incredible. Oh my goodness. And you look at the rest of the right.
It's perfect.
It is. It is. I mean, you between 4th and 5th place, right? Yeah, there's a bit of a gap there. But 2nd to 4th, 50, 49, 40. It's so close.
Yeah,
so the fact that Rush team have been able to just soar ahead of all these teams is just such a great job from them. Also, quickly mention, Shoot to Kill and SBG have won nothing, and they still have come in 2nd and 3rd place respectively. So looking really nice. They're very consistent in terms of those points. As we go on down the list, it kind of, Big Baby have only done 1 point. I'm surprised by that, to be honest.
Yeah. We're kind of continuing to see a bit of a trend when it comes to the bottom of the standings, right? Big Baby, Oceans on Fire, and Escape Esports definitely kind of being the outliers of teams that are struggling, and arguably alongside Breaking Team as well. So I hope the best for them to continue to evolve. And yeah, it's interesting for sure. We'll go for a bit of a short break. When we come back, we're going to have our 2 remaining games, which are going to be on the desert map of Miramar. So do not go away.
real fresh, cause we are the best. Let's go. Yeah, we climb the highest, keep it the realest. Tall like a giant, cause you know that we're the biggest. Let's go. Yes, let's go. Let's go. Cause we are the best. Let's go. You know that we're the biggest. Let's go. Cause we are the best. Let's go. It's not a test. Watch how we flex. When you kick it this fresh, can't help but be the best. Let's go. Test. Gotta impress. Who cares about who's next when you know that you the best? Let's work. Yes, let's go. All right.
Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Super League EMEA qualifiers for the European region. You see, my name is below me, Imperium, joined by Neptura, to bring you all the action. We've had 4 games so far, 1 Sanhok, 3 Erangel, and we're starting to see kind of a bit of a trend of the top teams, and unfortunately, obviously, the bottom teams, but 2 more games still to go.
Yep, 2 more games. We're going to be heading over to Miramar, arguably my favorite map.
Yep.
I'm not so sure anymore just because I don't play for 6 hours a day like I used to. I don't snipe so much anymore, you know, whatever, it's fine.
Well, what about as a like a commentator / an analyst? Is it your favorite game to your favorite map to analyze and to commentate?
No, it's probably going to be Erangel because there's just, you see the full scope of teams on Erangel, which is really annoying for me to say because as a player, Miramar, Erangel is not always my favorite. Erangel, Sanhok, one of those, Miramar, Sanhok, one of those, usually my faves. So, but from a coaching or analyst perspective, yeah, I guess Erangel, just because you get to analyze the most out of teams. But the one thing I do miss on those Erangel analysis things is no one ever really uses any DMRs, no one's using those snipers, and that's what Miramar is all about. Yeah. I'm really hoping we see some of that coming in here.
Oh, going back a couple of years ago, we saw the likes of Stalwart and a couple of other teams really kind of bring into meta the snipers. Unfortunately, it's just because learning and executing a fine spray with the M4 and 6X, it just kind of overpowers the DMR. The only way is you kind of bring into the meta the DMRs is if you buff the DMR and basically nerf the or at least added more recoil to long distance M4 spray or AR spray. So yeah, I like that you bring into point Miramar and the potential strength of a DMR or sniper. Playing path is pretty good for this big desert terrain. It allows these teams to go all across the map. To be honest, you couldn't ask for a better playing path, Niptor.
Sorry, I'm allergic to that zone. Oh my god.
Yeah, did you make yourself cough from that phase 1?
Maybe. It just had to be done. That's just so awful.
Can we have a doctor, please? Can we have a doctor to treat that Tora, please?
Please. But they're only going to be able to treat the cause and not eradicate the symptom because that zone is just awful. Ugh, cringe. Cringe for these teams, these poor teams trying their best, and they get completely eradicated by that zone. But okay, they'll have to deal with it. It's all right. NEXGEN gonna have to deal with a bit more than that zone, though. They've already lost one of their players. There's a lot of teams in Los Leones Imperium.
There are quite a few teams. That's what you get when you have a series where teams are going up against each other for arguably the first time, and a playing path that complements a Los Leones finish. The one thing about Los Leones is that you can fit 3 to 4 teams, and arguably to the point where all 4 teams can somewhat disengage away. It's a bit similar to in San Martin as well. However, it's just 2 teams. That's SBG and ALPI. Sandrix isn't going to have a good time. He's all on his lonesome, and that's going to be SBG pushing in quite nicely.
It is indeed. That's a shame. ALPI were hoping for a bit more than that coming into the start of this game. And he missed. I thought that was going to be the epicest move ever. Drop and then onto the car, into the vehicle, and away they go. But not to be. Not a James Bond moment for this time around.
Or you could say it's not a rush hour moment because they're not rush team.
Well, yeah, that's true, but it'd be hard for me to make that reference because I've never seen Rush Hour. So.
Whoa. Okay, Bill in the WhatsApp group, I'm gonna need you to hassle Neptura about this. I know you're young, but you've never seen Rush Hour.
No, I don't think so. Maybe when I was young, but
I don't want to say your parents have failed you, but your parents have kind of failed you. Just saying.
No.
My God.
Oh my goodness me.
Your homework isn't to research teams for tomorrow's broadcast. It's to watch all 3 Rush Hour movies in honor of Rush Team and their 3 chicken dinners today. You have to. Bill, tell her.
Okay, that's fair. Bill, tell her.
Tell her she has to watch all 3 Rush Hour movies. Just tell her.
I'll look into it. God. That's all I can promise. But yeah, I've not seen them.
Okay.
But yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Ocean's on Fire, though. I'm just realizing what an interesting name Ocean's on Fire is. I'd like to know the meaning behind that, because that's quite the opposite sort of name, That's an interesting one.
Yeah, it is. You can light water on fire. It is possible.
I suppose.
I'm not a scientist, but I've seen it happen.
Me neither.
But indeed, it's an interesting. I'm still thinking of the fact that you haven't seen the Rush Hour game, so I'm gonna need some action to distract me from it. And it seems like MABETEX are going to give us that at least onto the side of Leo Esports. Leo Esports had a really decent start to the game, but unfortunately, it seems like they've hit a bit of a brick wall in terms of other teams around them have just essentially found a better form for now. I do think Leo Esports have great potential. They'll just they'll be one of the teams that I think will benefit really heavily from good VOD reviewing.
Absolutely, yeah, and I tell you what, I feel their pain. When you have when you're at a level where you're not really playing these sorts of tournaments, when you're having those kinds of tournaments where you don't have these map feeds, you don't have this stable, consistent lobbies, it can be really, really hard to get that proper VOD review in. So hopefully these guys
definitely
they'll be able through this to get some real practice in with that and improve a lot. So I look forward to seeing how they do in the next couple of days once they've put that work in, because finally they will have those tools at their disposal. But we have a little bit of a scene over at church here. We have not Mind Weapon, it's TM and 1337. Oh, what a name!
It is the Mind Weapon going up against the side of Lithuania. Juniorus is knocked down.
Oh,
it's TMW.
Never mind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's okay.
I wasn't reading. I don't read very much.
That's okay. Do you wanna borrow my glasses?
Maybe.
So
Ship them
Lithuania
to
have
me.
been
I'm sure they'll be here
firmly
tomorrow.
they've been firmly put in their place. Great defense, by
Yeah.
the way, for Mind Weapon. The details
Very
of that fight really was balanced, in my opinion. Around Lithuania had a decent opportunity, but the way the Mind Weapon kept themselves composed and turned a defense into aggression was really well done. So yeah, and they pick
Yeah.
up 4 elimination points. Vama 69 with 3 of them is
Wow.
pretty good.
Yeah, very nicely done. Most definitely. I was watching that. It was really a good defense. As you said, defense turn into aggression is so important, to have that flexibility come in a team. You're getting pushed, you don't expect it, and to be able to push back and immediately stop them from taking too much of your space is really an important skill. So nice that they have that. The Mind Weapon definitely have that on their side. Next gen, though, they'll have to discuss what went wrong with 1337 in the lobby, though. MABETEX taking them out in Los Leones. That's another good start for MABETEX. But yeah, no, you know what? I was going to say, but it's not going to work out for them in the long run. It is. That's a good position for them. You see a lot of teams starting to move out of that position, so they might want to get their skates on as well. Or maybe not. The zone, a hard shift over to that side. They might want to move a little bit, get a little bit of a split going on in there. But for the most part, they're looking okay.
Yeah, if they were up as a full squad, a 2-2 split would be absolutely perfect to have the edge of Los Leones and the warehouses down below. However, as a 3-person team, it does pose a bit of a risk. Arguably, maybe sticking together as a 3-person team would be good. This was a great shift for Nexus Gaming, by the way. They landed in the Impala area, able to utilize that south and southeast roadside to their advantage. Breaking team, breaking bad, as I like to call them. Having a player knocked in SPG, now going to be moving forward away from San Martin. Not too many teams are actually inside this phase 2. Out of the remaining 14, there's only, 5 that are in the circle? 5 to 6?
Yeah, it seems to be that way. You're right. There's not a whole lot actually inside of circle, and that's where we're going to get our action, right? It's going to be on those Chumaseta cliffs. It's going to be on those south side cliffs as well, as teams try to be clever, wrapping around, going, oh, well, there's going to be a team here. Maybe we take the coastal road. Maybe we do this. Maybe do that. It doesn't matter. The zone is small enough. There's enough teams outside of zone that you're all going to clash at some point anyway. So that's where we're going to be seeing our action. Leo, though, on the other hand, I've just noticed pushing right past MABETEX over on the eastern side of zone. They're looking to be more of a dominant force coming into that eastern side. You saw Spirit there just making their way in, and now Rush. Where are Rush? They're over in that western side as well. They're moving in just ahead of the zone and just ahead of Ocean. Oh, that is tense.
Ocean's on fire, moving in through the blue of phase number 2. It's a big map, and it's a tricky map to rotate around because of all the mountain areas, and unless you really know where you want to go, you can get yourself stuck very, very quickly, and that seems to be the case with Ocean's on fire. They're going to have to find another way into the circle. We're starting to see more teams move into this phase number 2. A couple of them quite central in the form of the Mind Weapon and Shoot to Kill. So that's pretty good, while Big Baby takes shots out in the blue towards ALPI.
We'll say Big Baby full squad at the moment, and they're looking okay right now. They don't have any immediate threats, but they are very much outside of the zone right now. I mean, they're not even being shown on screen right now. They're very, very outside of there. This could be good for them, though, depending on which side they're on, though. I mean, I still can't see them. Is that them in the orange just coming in? That might be them. If that is them, no, that's Oceans. So I still don't know where they are. But it's a nice open corner of zone is what I'm trying to say here. It's a nice open area. They could possibly sneak in a little bit. Spirit might have a good spot on them. But it's possible. There's something to be worked with there.
I like the off the back of that circle shifting up the north west. I love that team spirit repositioned and got back up towards that kind of northwestern edge of the circle, because it's really important that they're going to be able to gatekeep teams coming in from the blue and kind of push teams around them back and create a much bigger level of space and control coming into phase 4. So quick reaction from team spirit.
Can't say the same for MABETEX, though. They've kind of been choked out of their own area, which is a little unfortunate. They're instead opting to take that southern rotation down to another part of the zone. SBG and Breaking, they both of these teams kind of took MAB out of the equation there, and they're looking to take this spot over as their own. You also saw Leo in the background there, just holding on, just having a little look-see. But SPG continuing to do those 2-2 splits that we talked about. They seem to be doing it quite nicely this time.
Yeah, they're a very strong team in Miramar. I believe it's actually their strongest map, at least from my experience of looking at them back when they were obviously in Game Lord and in previous teams. So yeah, Miramar is for me one of their strongest map, and they seem to control it quite effectively, especially coming in from that San Martin area. Nexus now are going to have MABETEX breaching their area. Doran took a chunk of damage, is going to need to scale back. A lovely molly in the direction of MABETEX along with a nade will push him back a little bit. It is a 3-1 split for the side of Nexus Gaming, which is extremely strong. Having that player across the road really will allow them to suppress MABETEX in a lovely way.
Just holding for now, though, aren't they? They're really just making sure. There we go. Finally, a knock on some side. It's Psyox to go on down. Surely that's the push. Maybe not. I'm going to contradict myself again here. I was going to go, surely that's the push, right? But this compound is nice. As edge play as it is still in zone, at least for now. Okay, never mind. Now they want to make that push. I was looking at TNL on the outside there. Could have pushed in while this was happening, but no, it's not going to go down. Guess who is going to go down? It is Kenzu. Doran with that DBS going to be taking him on down. Let's see. Is this the revive? This is.
Yeah, Doran, extremely strong close quarter combat player, so definitely proving his worth within the Nexus Gaming. I believe the reason why they didn't go for the full team push is because a player was across the road off the back of the circles. If you made a great point that they're not inside the circle, so they need to close out this fight sooner rather than later. They're going to have the Nameless as well, overbearing them from the high ground hill on the edge of the circle. Time is going to be ticking. You can see the Nameless in the elimination feed onto ALPI.
Oh, and MABETEX gonna do what Nexus couldn't. Nicely done from them, and they get away with it as well. Oh, Kapahala taken out their buggy almost, but unable to take a knock out of that. They're just gonna go to the next compound up. That's all they can do, really. But a nice play from MABETEX. Good opportunity to actually move into circle, get that job done, and they have done it. I don't know how much farther they can get, though, because that is shoot to kill up ahead.
I gotta give credit to MABETEX. I don't know who their IGL is, and obviously I can only credit the IGL, but their ability to kind of make a decision and go with it, I think, is really strong. And as a 3-man team, they moved away from Los Leones. As a 2-man team, they've just gone for the push, and just that kind of knowing what they want to do. It's not always going to work out, but when you know what you want to do, it's always going to be more successful. The Nameless, I said, was going to be able to push back this side of Nexus Gaming from the top of the hill. Nexus Gaming trying to push on forward. One of their players is knocked down. They're taking shots from either side. Exo Machina under pressure. Doran, once again, being the playmaker for his side. Kapahala in the back line with the Sarel, with an Umpahala once again showing his prowess. Exo Machina going forward. I think that was a jump knock with the UMP. And Kappahala is going to go down as well. Doran, the last player alive with the DBS, gets the headshot, gets the squad right. And Nexus Gaming, Billy Bass still up with 4 eliminations.
There is no way Nexus should have been able to win that. And I'm not saying the Nameless threw. What I'm saying is Nexus are just that good. Like, the Nameless had them on both sides at 2 different angles.
Yeah, I know, right?
2-2 split. There's no way they should have lost that. And yet Nexus coming in just happened to, they just did it. I don't know how that happened, but big GG's going their way. That was just great work.
I kind of want to say that if you want to take down Nexus, outside of what could be different situations, if you really want to weaken Nexus, take down Doran. To me, he's the strongest player in Nexus in terms of the team fights. The team obviously give him the moments to make it, but in terms of as that player that can really put the fear in the other teams, Doran is that man as the next circle pops up and it centers onto both Big Babies and Rush, along with the Mind Weapon also being in the mix across the road.
I love that zone. I really love that circle, actually. That's a really neat, dynamic circle. It's going to be hard for those teams on the edges, but they can still work with it. They still got something to do here. Spirit in a fantastic position on that cliff side. Really like where they could come into play here. We'll have to see who's going to win out that fight for the Eastern Zone, and frankly, I don't want to be any one of these teams because there's about 5 of them all having to get into a very tiny space. I mean, stage 5 is not big by any means, and the zone is coming in immediately, so they don't have time. They don't have any sort of real time to strategize or plan or anything. They just gotta go.
Lovely shots from Leo. Gets a knock onto one of the breaking team players outside Los Leonas. Shoot to kill are waiting in the wings down in a compound on the edge of the circle. It's going to be tricky dicky for Leo Esports to in any way survive in this next circle because you're hanging onto the roadside. I mentioned shoot to kill. You've also got the Mind Weapon as well to the north of them, and they're going to have to pull out a MABETEX and just go somewhere and commit to it and hope for the absolute best. Sanhok onto Victor, though. SPG under a bit of pressure. Easier said than done, though. Leo Esports. The vehicle gets blown up.
My goodness me. How could they stop there? That's an interesting play to make, but Marin survives. No, he doesn't. He goes on down. Sorry, I was distracted by Nexus going out there. Team Spirit with 5 eliminations. It's about time we saw these guys step up to the plate. Nicely done there. Taking out Nexus of all teams. You know, it's really hard to take a team out immediately after a fight like that, right? But you know what? Team Spirit, they've done it. They've done a good job while doing it as well. Leo just down to that solo, though. Getting caught out in the open between these two teams is so heartbreaking, but someone had to be the loser here.
12 teams left, 31 players left alive. 2 teams that are down towards the bottom of the standings on a side note that are quite close to each other on the northwest side is the side of Oceans on Fire and Escape Esports. So this is a big opportunity for one of these teams to kind of kickstart their level of confidence coming into the final game and hopefully rack up a couple of points in the overall standings. The Mind Weapon's still in the center along with Rush and Big Baby. It's like all those 3 teams are just kind of going, okay, stalemate, we're still in the circle, let's see where phase 6 goes.
Tell you what, Escape, they're still here. They're still at it, full squad as well. There's something to be said for just keeping to yourself and outmaneuvering teams until the end stage. I mean, they're not quite in the placement points yet. They've still got a few more teams to eradicate first, but it's a better result than we've seen so far from them. Unfortunately, the zone is not going to help them with that. They have to move in. They have to move past Escape Esports, who's priming a nade right now. That's got to be good, right?
It is got to be pretty good. However, shots in the back, I think, from SBG will prove to push Escape Esports down. That will give a slight opportunity for Oceans on Fire to carve a bit of an entry point. They have, I think, a bit of a 3-1 split. Nets being a great part for Escape's success in the points that they have scored. I think it was the first or second game in which he got 3 of their eliminations for his side. SBG proving to be a thorn in the side for both of these teams. While as the next circle shifted up, I tell you what, Team Spirit are in the perfect position down on the southwest edge of the circle.
They are. They are. I mean, if we talk about any team having the dominant approach here and being able to win a game, you know, predict who's going to win, it's got to be Team Spirit, right? You've got to be able to take advantage of that when it's given to you and just run with it. Especially when you've got all these teams on the northern side, man. Look at them. They're all at it, all together. SBG's looking here. You got Escape. You've got Ocean. There's 3 just there. Then you've got the third partiers in the background as well as. So much going on right now.
Armor getting put down. Helmets getting damaged. Med kits needing to be used, utility needing to be used. This all hurts the teams. On the north, Big Baby now looking to get involved. Rush might look to get involved, as all of these teams are going to hear their respective shots. By the way, information being given out is non-stop for all of these remaining teams in this lobby. Phase 6 Blue Zone closing in. Both Escape Esports and Oceans on Fire going to be put under pressure by the blue. A chunk of damage gets put down if you enter that part of the circle. Frox, I think, takes a bit of damage. He's going to go down at the play zone, but it is a nade that did a chunk of damage, and Oceans on Fire go down to Escape Esports. The edge of the blue was their friend as they shut down Oceans on Fire. Now they're just going to have to make a push and hope for the best. As a full squad, where are they going to go? Is the vehicle going to blow up? I pray for them, Nator. I pray for them.
Yeah, for sure. But that's a brilliant little shack right there. They've made it. They're okay. They just have to stay here for the rest of the game now. Because there's no way they can use that vehicle again. No one's going to allow them to do that. Oh my goodness me. Up to 7 eliminations now. Team Spirit back in business. Kitsune with no eliminations on his own, but all the brains in the world. So he's just going to be able to, you know, he carries his team that way, right? Not everybody has to get all the eliminations. That's the rest of his team's job. It's all good. But the zone is going to be very telling Imperium. Who's it going to favor? Oh, it's not really Spirit, but at the same time, it's not really anybody else.
Yeah, it kind of doesn't center on any team. If anything, maybe Rush Team has the best spot. However, for Team Spirit, they have the high ground. And if I were them, I would pivot away from going for the chicken dinner per se and simply getting as many eliminations as possible. And you look at it right now, Nomi with the 8X Mini 14. We highlighted that we don't see too many DMRs or sniper rifles. Well, Nomi is saying to you, saying to me, wait, what? You want to see DMRs? I'll give you DMRs. Knock after knock after knock. There's going to be more points in Team Spirit, up to 8 eliminations.
Wow. Finally, we start to see something from these guys. It's been too long. Come on now. Game 5? You make us wait till Game 5? Shame on y'all, but finally, it's happening. It's being done. Big Baby still here as a trio with 1 knocked player. If they can get him back up, they're good to go, and it's going to be 1 elimination on the board for them. Very nicely done. The mind weapon as well, looking nice. 5 eliminations on the board, as is STK. They're actually both very similar here. Sorry, my power just went out very quickly there. Can you just throw? Take that away, Imperium. Hang on.
I will take it indeed. SPG now taking out the mind weapon. I can't believe SPG are still in this game. It's pretty crazy, to be fair. All the action on the north, and they've been able to stay alive. Of course, they held themselves back between Oceans on Fire and Escape Esports, still as a 2-person team. 5 teams are left Rush team go out, believe it or not. So it's not going to be 4 chicken dinners so far. And it's not going to be 3 chicken dinners back to back. Yeah, it's 3. Yeah, it's not going to be 3 chicken dinners back to back. Well, Team Spirit are looking for their first up to 10 eliminations. Discrim goes down. Shoot to kill. More like shoot to go down. Now we have. Oh, you're back! Let's go.
I'm
nice,
back.
nice. Welcome back.
Let's go. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. 2 of my 3 lights I have on currently just zapped, went off. The power didn't go off, so I just unplugged, replugged again. It was fine. So whatever. Okay.
Fair enough.
Sure. All good, but I've missed something. Oh my goodness, Spirit coming on in here with 11 eliminations.
Yeah, they use the high ground to their advantage, and although I thought it might be a lot trickier for them to move down, maybe it's the fact that they were the only team on the kind of southwest side that all the other teams were picking each other off, and they were able to move down. Very well executed, held onto the side, took down shoot to kill, and yeah, it's been a lot easier than I thought. Credit where it's due. Snowix gets knocked to the ground. Escape Esports, fantastic work so far in this game. Really kind of stayed composed with all of the craziness going on around them. The last player, Big Baby, probably gonna go down. He takes a ton of damage, and that's gonna be the shots from Naomi to finish him off. And look at this, the circle centers on them on phase A. They have all the control. They're the only team inside, and this is confidently going to be a Team Spirit chicken dinner. The Serbian esports org get the job done.
They do indeed. What a game for them. You'll love to see it. Finally, we've been waiting so long. I've seen so much support in chat as well. Just like, come on, when you guys gonna get good? Come on now. And finally it happens. There you go, everybody. A big, big win from them. And it's the kind of win I love to see, you know, a forward-thinking, head-on approach to the zone, and then it just pays off massively for them. So big GGs to them.
It's the reaction time from the circle shifts to the movement to, obviously, and I see this as generally standard stuff that any good competitive team should be aware of, but when they heard the shots between the NAMELESS and NEXUS, they knew that there was going to be a team coming from the south side, so they protected that area and took down NEXUS. Things like that really made a big difference, and it was really a brilliantly executed game from Team Spirit, and 23 points, well deserved.
Very well deserved. But you know what stands out to me immediately? SPG and Shoot to Kill. I'm not just keep saying their names because I like the teams. I'm saying that because they're constantly top 5. Constantly. I think we've seen SPG outside the top 5 maybe once so far tonight. Shoot to Kill a little bit less consistent in the placement, but still super consistent in those points. I mean, they've just been amazing tonight.
Also, Escape Esports, they were on 7 points in total after the first 4 games. They scored as many points in this game as they had in total, so that was a really good game from them for sure. Even Big Baby, to an extent, at least getting up there in terms of placing points. Nexus Gaming being stopped in their tracks by Team Spirit, but at least still 4 eliminations for their side. Lithuania, I suppose, probably the big surprise. They tried to take the fight against the Mind Weapon, and they got put in their place big time.
They sure did, yeah. Another surprise is ALPI, after such a great game in the Erangel.
Yeah.
Unable to go out without any points, just none whatsoever. So a hard shift for them to be coming into, but we still have one more Miramar Imperium.
Indeed. Let's go to a quick break, and we will be back with the final game of the evening. Don't go anywhere.
Alright, it's crazy, yeah. Y'all know what time it is. It's not a test. Watch how we flex. Make it real fresh, cause we are the best. Let's go. I'm the highest. Keep it the realest. Tall like a giant, cause you know that we're the biggest. Let's go. Let's go. All right. You know that we're the biggest. Let's go. 'Cause we are the best. Let's go. You know that we're the biggest. Let's go. Watch how we flex when you get this fresh. Can't help but be the best. Let's go. This is not a test. Gotta impress. Who cares about who's next when you know that you the best? Let's work. Let's go. All right. You know that we're the biggest, let's go. 'Cause we are the best, let's go. You know that we're the biggest, let's go. 'Cause we are the best, let's go. You know that we're the biggest, let's go. 'Cause we are the best, let's go. You know that we're the biggest, let's go. You know that we're the biggest, let's go. 'Cause we are the best, let's go.
Welcome back to the PUBG MOBILE Super League EMEA qualifiers for the EU region. We're 5 games in of day number 1 and we are into our final game of the evening. Back on over to Miramar And it was a great showing. We have to highlight team spirit once again from that previous game, the tour.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Obviously, we have to. It's such a strong game. That's the thing, is it wasn't even just like a clutch and exciting that way, right? It was dominant from kind of circle 2, really, circle 3 coming in there. As soon as it dropped over to that side, to that cliff, they went for it and they held it.
Yeah.
And they did such a great job with it. So a very dominant game coming in here. And that's what we expected to see, right? I think so much of our expectations have been upended a little bit here because, you know, you've got teams like Team Spirit who have taken until game 5 to get a really strong game under their belt. And then you've got teams like Team Rush who've won 3 games today.
Yeah, and it's always going to be an element of you know, for example, what teams have expectations around how hard are they trying. I'm not saying none of these teams aren't trying, but if you have a team like SBG, as my camera goes a little bit crazy, I might have a bit of a disconnect.
Oh.
I don't know if
Take
it can
your
still be
screenshots
seen,
now,
but
everybody.
it's frozen from my side. Don't know
Yeah,
what's
it's frozen for me too.
Oh, thanks. Okay.
There
I
you
don't know
go.
what's like. You can still hear me, right? There you go.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Sorry about that. Yeah, god damn it. Yeah, so when you have teams like SBG that have previous global championship experience, right, and Team Spirit, and you have teams that don't have global champion experience, when they're coming into these qualifiers, again, especially when it's just top 16, it's not like they're not trying, but they're going to be going, okay, well, we don't need to try so hard, right? And I know SBG have come out all guns blazing, but I do question how much our teams like Team Spirit really trying in these games, and again, leaving their strongest plays till the finals.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of truth in that. We see so many teams, certainly last season as well, do the same thing where you have those teams that just, we touched on this earlier, I think, they just don't go out guns blazing. Yeah, they don't go from day one and do that because they don't have to. And why would you, you know, quote unquote, waste your energy on doing that? You'd much rather save all that momentum for the finals.
Yeah, and even just when it comes to VOD reviewing as well, the teams that are going to VOD review, right, which should be all the teams, but the point is when you VOD review, you're going to be looking at what other teams do and how they rotate into the circle and where they position themselves. And if you basically lay all your cards in the table in the qualifiers, it's going to be much easier for you to be countered coming into the finals. It worries me a little bit about Rush Team, right? You know, are they kind of showing their hand too much in day one? We always see it in tournaments where teams start off well and they simply don't end well because they get countered, because they get researched and looked at and go, okay, well, we can shut this team down by positioning ourselves here instead of here. And it could be the case for the likes of Rush Team.
No, absolutely. I think that's a good point, something they really have to be careful of, because we know they can play, right? If they can just save those tactics a little bit more, if they can just hold back their cards just a tiny bit more, that would be so nice, because obviously they can play. They know what they're doing. So if they want to continue that momentum and continue succeeding, maybe even now just kind of back off a little bit, not throw so much at the table immediately, and just, you know, have a quieter game, focus on consistency, not the win, not the high kills, just be a little bit quieter, a bit more obscure, make it harder for teams to actually find you.
Looking at what we haven't really talked too much about this, well, we've alluded to, right? 24 teams in total, the top 16 make it through. When we were doing research and talking on VC before this, yesterday and today, we looked at other PMSL qualifiers, regions, and we noticed that there's a bit of a cutoff point in the average points per game for the teams, and for the 16th place team, And I believe it was between 7 and 8 points average per game that it needs to get to make it into the top 16, to make it into the finals. So I think that's a good way of gauging how teams are going to be performing and essentially what they need to do.
Yeah, absolutely. That's most definitely. I mean, certainly we're seeing SBG and Shoot to Kill maintaining that kind of trajectory. We've seen them in every single game get at least 8 points. I mean, 8 points has been a small number for them when it comes to today, but they still have several more games at least to get under their belt before they can feel too comfortable about that top 16. But it's looking good so far, and it's definitely something that other teams will want to try and mimic a little bit, try and gain inspiration from and go, okay, how can we get those points?
Exactly. Team Spirit from the previous game, we are waiting to load into the final game, by the way. I think there's another bit of an issue with a player connecting, so we will have the final game of the evening. You won't have to look at my dodgy looking face for much longer. I know you've missed it for the past year plus, but there you go, we're into the final game. But yeah, Team Spirit from the previous game alone, by the way, they jumped up from 11th overall in the standings to 5th. I know that doesn't really mean much again because it's top 16 and they're still quite a good, but it shows that the other teams, especially down in the bottom, such as Escape Esports, NEXGEN, Breaking Team, Big Baby, Oceans on Fire, you get one strong game and boom, you're up there in the overall standing. So it is something for the teams to hold on to. You know, don't get dragged down by a string of bad results. Understand that one good game will put you back into the mix, at least right now.
I think it also shows, because of how close in points these teams are, actually how consistent against each other these teams are. You know, there's not enough of we have a couple of teams, right, who are going really low, not getting any points at all, but the large majority here of these teams are doing really well against each other. They're taking a couple of points here, losing 1 point there. It's all very, very close. It's a very even lobby across the board. So for Team Spirit, rather, to actually get that high up with one big game just shows you how close it all is. What's not close to most of these teams, though, is that playing path. Honestly, I think PUBG liked Team Spirit's win. They're like, we want to see that zone again. Who's going to win it this time?
Very southern phase 1, somewhat similar to the first game, a bit more south, of course. Occupies Los Higos in the Minas del Sur island area of the map. Hot drop coming through on is it Valdemar area of the map? Yeah, it is. Between Leo Esports and Oceans on Fire.
Immediately this is going towards Leo, right? Just that the surrounding they have on them, but it's really all about who has those weapons first. Again, Leo looking good, but if you look there, it looks like there's actually a little bit of an even play coming in here. SKS isn't as good as a UMP, but it's a darn sight better than a pistol, that's for sure. And Frooks has an M24, which I really hope he uses.
Leo Esports, arguably a better spread, but a riskier spread because they're a little bit more solo. There's less support, and even Marin is all the way across the road. So for Oceans on Fire, if they have a decent bit of information, they can at least take comfort in the fact that they are a lot closer together. So one knock from Leo Esports against them isn't going to be game over in terms of the fight. And the fact that both teams are in the circle quite comfortably, they don't really need to rush this fight. Ideally, in my opinion, you do want to, because teams will come in closer, but at least right now, yeah, they don't need to move out of the blue.
The only other worry they may have here, though, is TNL coming down from Monte Nuevo. You
That's
may
a good
see
point.
them like a third-party thing coming
Yeah.
together, which is another reason, for Leo to kind of, or vice versa, get a skedaddle, get your skates on. You got to get out of this fight, get going,
love that
and
word,
get on,
skedaddle.
move on. Skedaddle, it's such a great one, isn't it? But they
good.
don't want to get third-party down here. It's a really bad cliff up there. Way too few exit points for such a large city, and so we want to finish this as quickly as possible.
For sure. Of the teams outside the current Phase 1, you have the likes of Escape Esports, SBG, ALPI, Rush Team. With it being a little bit of a similar Phase 1, it does again give a bit of an opportunity for these teams to learn from the previous game and maybe counter teams in a good way. That is a beautiful nade from Sanhok.
This whole time I've been thinking you were saying balsamic, and I was like, I love that name. It's not, is it? It's Bosonic. Okay.
I
Dang it,
kind of
it's
want to
not
now
what I thought.
call him Balsamic.
Balsamic? Yeah. Good. Oh!
Purple rain raining down with the nades. Picks up a two-piece and now just one player left standing for Oceans on Fire. Absolutely incredible stuff as Leo Esports take down the side of Oceans on Fire. Timing great from that engagement, by the way. Timing great for the team fight. It gives them plenty of time to move on to that hill that you mentioned the Nameless could technically come down to. So yeah, really well played from Leo.
Yeah, very, very well played there. I'm confused as to what Ocean's mindset or kind of what's going through their heads, honestly. Game 1 looked really good. They were looking pretty strong there, and since they just seem to be falling down bit by bit, unfortunately. It's a shame, but as we've been saying, the VOD review is going to be super helpful for them. They'll be able to come back better than ever in the next couple of days. As the zone is moving in, though, shoot to kill looking very, very central to this new zone. I do like this from them. They're looking for that win. You can feel it, right? You don't make this kind of play unless you're like, right, we've had enough second places. We're tired of it. We are coming for that win, and I'm really excited to see how that one goes.
Team Spirit will again have to be aware that more teams might look to tighten the space that Team Spirit have, right? Automatically shoot to kill going closer to Team Spirit's mark. So is the mind weapon. So a bit of awareness to maybe move back towards, let's say, Chumacera could prove to pay dividends for Team Spirit coming into the later parts of the game.
I tell you what, Imperium, I would love to see a team take a really nice split in Chumacera around the high ground of that area, the south, the north, and the west. You've got a lot of teams that are outside the zone at the Picado side, on that northern side. And forget about the south for a moment, just if a team could take that momentum and put it in Chumacera, and then use those angles to spray down anybody who comes in their path. I would love that. That could be so good for them.
If I was a team on the north, the one area I'd be locking down would be the church to the northeast of Chumacera, the high ground position, because it's really safe to the next couple of circles, because it will eventually have to move away from the circle. So let's say it goes south once again, it's still probably going to be on that north edge of the circle, in which you're able to have the high ground advantage over teams coming later from the north side. And then when you see phase 3, phase 4, it's probably once again going to be still either in the circle or close to the circle. So yeah, that church ground position would be perfect for one of these teams to occupy.
That team might be Escape the way they're looking. That could be a really, really good spot for them. They just have to hold on to it by making sure no one gets close enough to push them, right? The idea with these kinds of really high ground areas is you keep teams far away from you as possible, making sure they don't come anywhere near you. Not close enough to get those sprays, not close enough to make those pushes with the DBS. So that's really, really important with that. But we do see a very close fight here. It is going to be BR taking out one of the NEXGEN players.
A bit of a interesting push from...
Oh!
Wow. Dreamy.
I'm in pain. Ow.
Okay. Yeah, just lackadaisical from NEXGEN, by the way. Just really not a good.
Yep.
Yeah, just not a good push. But Dreamy on his own was absolutely fantastic. With that DBS, so accurate. And in the blue, I believe on that kind of north side of the map, Nexus Gaming now going to be coming in. Phase 2, by the way, did kind of center up a little bit, but keeps a bit of water in play. And Escape Esports did go to the church compound, but now they've gone a bit deeper into the circle. Arguably still a great spot.
Yeah, it is indeed. For sure, but that new circle is really taking its toll on these teams, you know. There's only 4 actually inside right now. Team Spirit is not one of them, but I guess it's S2K. STK is in there. And so is Rush, but they are going to be looking to... Oh, no, not Rush. Excuse me. No, they're outside. They're with Spirit right now. Effect. Nicely done. Great little spray there, but there's more work to be done.
There you go.
Goes down.
The spread from Team Spirit working effectively. Outside of Valdemar, you have the high ground, you have the low ground. It's really well occupied by Team Spirit. And, you know, kind of understanding with the circle shift that, again, teams were still going to look to move from that roadside on the western part of the map. You mentioned it with regards to the Nameless. And, yeah, Rush team tried to do that, and this is the evolution that we're starting to see that could put Rush team in their place in what has still been a great start to the day, but could see them being in a more of a struggling position coming into their final 6 games.
Oh!
Damn!
Yes! That is what we're talking about.
Can somebody call Gordon Ramsay? Because I just witnessed a perfectly cooked grenade. Chef's kiss. A shoot to kill. Man, they lose 2 players, and English is going to be looking for a bit of revenge, but let's be fair, it's going to be easier said than done. The mind weapon, you know, put mind over matter against shoot to kill. Very well done.
Very, very well done indeed. My goodness me, that was a medium rare. Nicely done. Really good stuff coming in there. Now shoot to kill. What are they gonna do? All of that momentum's just poofed. It's just gone with the wind. English got a nice little angle to use, but what are you gonna use it on? Certainly not the mine weapon. You can't push after that. Nate. That was an interesting big split coming in from STK though.
Shoot to kill, just 2 players left. Aztec takes a lot of damage. This is inside the circle, by the way. It's quite heavily inside the circle. But they're separated. Aztecs is nowhere near his teammates, so they're kind of left to their own devices. As Lithuania is looking good in their position. They have the mind weapon in front, but they don't really need to move. If I was Lithuania, I'd be kind of covering your backs more than what's ahead of you, because you could have MABETEX, maybe the Nameless, coming closer to that south side while Spirit takes a shot against Escape Esports. Kitsune goes down, so does Nomi, so does Effect with... did NAMELESS, I think, third party. Yeah. So it's going to be hard for Naomi to move away and turn this fight around.
It's going to be so difficult. I mean, I've seen it been done before, but this is interesting. It's the two big powerhouse teams, right? STK and Spirit, both of them getting taken out very, very early on. STK down to 2, TS just down to the solo player. Naomi, what can you do with this? You can hole up in a shack and wait until it all is over, until it's all gone away like a very bad dream.
The NAMELESS did swipe away a couple of the eliminations against Escape Esports, by the way, so denied points in that regard. However, the western edge of the high ground is still locked down by Escape Esports. They can move a bit to the north as you see the blue zone closing in. Big Baby have a lovely spread, but again, they haven't really shown a level of aggression so far in today's games, bar the fight against Nexus Gaming in the Erangel game. They're going to have to turn this tide around, essentially. But Circle Shifts, Lithuania in a fantastic spot.
Yeah, they are. I was only looking at SBG there. I was like, that's an interesting split for that level of that size of ground there, and it's not even gonna really help. I mean, I think the most they've got out of that is a bit of information, but now they've got to be very quick to get past a Big Baby over here because they have that zone. They could potentially have that position if only they're quick enough to use it, but it doesn't look like they're making moves just yet, so we'll have to see how that goes for them. I always have continued to like Team ALPI's strategies here, though. They're not afraid to get those really big, long rotations. To me, that's a sign, right? That's a sign of a good, experienced team when they're not afraid. They're comfortable, right? They're not going, oh my god, we got to get in the zone, just run. It's just, you know, hey, let's take the time to think outside the box here.
Yeah, that's a really good point you make, although it hasn't always been executed perfectly in their favor. You make a good point of their ability to just kind of go for it and know where they want to go and yeah, in turn at least put themselves in somewhat of a decent position. MABETEX have been a team to do the same at times, and they're going to get closer to each other on the southeastern edge of the circle, with Nexus overlooking both of these teams, so it could be a bit of a third party, even a fourth party if you're looking at the likes of Lithuania, maybe even a mind weapon. So it's going to be tricky for both ALPI and MABETEX on this edge of the circle play.
Yeah, and my eye is immediately drawn down to their situation. There's just so many teams down here as you're just looking at that zone. But yeah, I actually don't hate this position from ALPI, actually. I don't hate it. It's interesting. It's kind of putting them in a sandwich position, but there's enough ridges, and I think they've got it enough under control where they could actually make this work, at least to some extent, but I kind of like it. I want to see where it goes. It's just a shame it's not a little bit more inside zone to see what they could do with it.
They can wait a little bit longer. They can take a small bit of blue zone damage.
Yeah, agreed.
Naomi from Spirit holding on to a shack with a nade, picks up one of the rush team players. ALPI lose one, so now it's just Bego left on his own, and that was the risk of being pinched by a number of teams, and like you mentioned, really not enough of a position inside the circle and not too many dips. As the last player of Breaking Team goes down. 13 left, 35 players in this final game of the evening, folks. We still have 2 more days of play left in the EU qualifiers for the PMSL, so still plenty of action to come and plenty of upsets coming your way.
Absolutely. If you guys think this is good, you haven't seen the last 2 days. You certainly haven't seen the finals yet, because man, if this is anything to go by, the finals are not going to be one to miss for sure. Interesting. Big Baby didn't move in as much as I would have liked them to. They've held on to that very, very edge, and luckily for them, it does go their way. I'm on the fence with this one, Imperium. I'd like to have seen them take a bit more of Narvalo's position there a little bit more. I think they could get taken out quite quickly here, but we'll see what they can do because they've held it on for this long.
I still like SPG's kind of rotations and how they've took their time a little bit and just picked their moments. You're right, the risk is there. Maybe all going to Narvalo slot would have been a better call. However, they avoided the likes of Nexus Gaming on the right side, even the last pair of shoot to kill in that sense. The mind weapon moving away from the compound that they already had inside the next circle to take a fight, and maybe against the last player of shoot to kill, but it's still a bit of a fight. They clean it up. Vama69 picking up one. I gotta wonder, did they have to make the push into the compound? It could prove to be worthwhile coming into phase 6, but a small bit of a risk.
Yep, just a little bit, but maybe they knew he was there and they were like, nah, we want the hype points. We want the brownie points for getting the last player of STK. Maybe that was it, but it's not a bad position, as you said. It's not too bad at all. Nexus, though, looking like a dominant force just looming in the background there. That's scary, and I'm not even the guy playing. But goodness me, Redox, ooh, gotta make a big push across the open side there, and it's just not almost there, but the shots just aren't connecting as much as they'd like them to. The Nameless going out in that zone. He's got the right idea, right? You know, you don't let the zone control you too much, but there does come a point where it's a little bit, you're out there a little bit too much.
Oh no, he doesn't see that. One of the Leo Esports players is there and he's going to get shot in the back. Marin in his own part is going to alert the attention of a couple of players. Looks for a low ball molly. I believe it's Lithuania that are shooting at him. He's going to need to start to move into the circles because phase 5, look at that damage. He's trying to secure. No, he chucks out a smoke because he's going to look to get into the vehicle and then drive into the circle. I doubt he's really going to survive too much longer. He's going to get out of there. Make it to Shack, possibly. Lithuania not really taking the shots. He does have the rest of his team around him giving him information. While Nexus go up against MABETEX, but Doran and Exo Machina go down. The separation goes against them. There's a point in the game, Natora, where you do have to join up as a full squad.
You absolutely do. I completely agree. Unless you got an amazing control over your area or an amazing high ground, yeah, you gotta do at least a little bit of a smaller split when it comes to these sorts of things. When it comes to that end game, especially in such an open zone, I'm honestly surprised that a team like Nexus went for something like this. I think maybe they went for 2 compounds, but MABETEX are being a little bit better than maybe they thought they would be. Also, they did get a few players taken out there by mind weapons, so not only satisfied with the kills they have, they want those eliminations onto Eastern Stars, sorry, not Eastern Stars, it says EST on Kapahala's name, Nexus over there as well. Leo just creeping in as much as he can. MABETEX taking one more
because you can take Kapahala out of the Eastern Stars, but you'll never take the Eastern Stars out of Kapahala. I think I'll preach when I'll say that. Hell yeah, my friend. Hell yeah. The circle shifting up, by the way. The mind weapon, that shift from the compound that MABETEX are in to the compound that they went to. Credit where it's due. Paid off. So well done to you. Setting yourselves up for a potential chicken dinner in the final game of the day.
Zone continues to get really, really small. And again, what is it with PUBG loving centering up on solos? We've got this poor man, Naomi. Oh, wait, hang on. That'll have to be put on hold. Leo getting traded very, very quickly after a really nice little knock right there, but not going to happen. The play zone will get him eventually. GG's, my friend. You did your best, but it's not going to be going down here. 1337, though. They're gonna have to do something here. They've got a nice ledge, actually, a really good bouncing point.
But to me, they haven't been aggressive enough, Neptor. They haven't taken control of their position in the circles. They may be putting themselves in okay positions, but they haven't done enough in it as a nade gets cooked up by purple. That could be beautiful, and it is indeed a Kobe to be proud of.
Beautiful.
Finds Oren, looks for the confirmation, not quite there.
Ooh, nades just flying throughout this game so far, as we see more in the elimination feed going through there. But Psyox, he's been doing some good stuff for his team as a nade takes out one of his teammates. He'll definitely want revenge for that one. Team Spirit Naomi does go out in the end. The center position was just too much for that one solo, but we go back. It's purple. It's a 1v2. 7 eliminations for Leo so far. Actually, that's
Purple
really
moves in.
good.
He looks for it.
Oh.
Oh, not quite there. MABETEX Esports defend their position. Leo go down. 7 teams remaining. 17 players. Big Baby still in this game as a 2-person team. Up to 3 eliminations. They've been quiet from a spectator standpoint. Look, they've done something. Avoided the likes of SBG for the most part. Pushed in across the road towards the Nameless. And they're inside the circle.
They sure are continuing their trajectory of being so consistent here. Less eliminations than we're used to seeing from them, only 3. But hey, they're in that top 7 position. They're going to get points again this game. Big Baby doing far better than we have seen them in the past doing. But the Nameless, they're right next door. They could easily sweep down and grab them. Certainly now they want to get rid of those teams next to them. And with 7 eliminations on board so far, they've got the momentum to make it happen.
SBG were the team to take down the final player, Team Spirit, and that pays dividends as they find themselves inside the next circle. Novello, who was outside, did get knocked, so unlikely to get revived. The revive does come through onto Big Baby, so they stay up as a 2-person team. However, both the Nameless and themselves are outside the circle. 22 seconds until the blue zone starts to close in.
Ooh, Kapahala. He is going to be that one to go on down, unfortunately for them. But these nades, it's a very quiet part of the next zone as everybody kind of just waits for that zone to get on going. Big Baby not backing down. That's nice to see from them. They're not just lying over and going, okay, our time's done now. They are making that fight happen, but maybe just a little too long. Oh, nice play coming in there. Really good cover from Baban there. Nicely done for sure. But he's going to continue looking for that Dakimi going down there. That's from across the way. That's from Mind Weapon coming in here. They've got an excellent position in that zone on the very edge with a big look, but now it's all going down. Oof.
4 teams left. 11 players. SBG still in the hunt for a chicken dinner. Big Baby are eliminated. The Mind Weapon, Rogo, overlooking. But again, this is a team that are surrounded by Lithuania and MABETEX. Lithuania said they haven't really been aggressive enough. However, benefited from the circle shifting in their direction. It's a 4-way dance, and honestly, bar the Mind Weapon having the body advantage as a full squad, I'm not putting my finger on any one specific team taking the win.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree. There's a lot going for each of these teams for sure. I mean, even MABETEX, who are even just way out there, they could definitely get the surprise on some of these teams. If they get too caught up in each other, MABETEX definitely have an advantage there. Victor just moving in, making sure he's inside zone. In fact, SBG, the only team properly inside this new zone as we go into stage 9. These teams really eking this game out. They know it's the last opportunity to get those points for the evening, so they're making those minutes count.
you make a great point about SBG, especially in the sense of even if they don't get the chicken dinner, being the only team on the left side of the road, they possibly can at least grab a hell of a lot of eliminations along the way. Vama69 gets knocked down, and this is why I said I can't quite put my finger on any of these 4 teams getting the win, because they can pick each other off. Lithuania need to start to move. Phase 8 into the monster truck, gonna truck their way through as MABETEX takes shots onto the members of the Mind Weapon. However, the high ground position will pay off for the Mind Weapon. MABETEX go down. 3 teams are left. 8 players. Victor moving across the road. Luckily, Robs is going to support his teammate. Takes down Rogo69. And that's going to put Mind Weapon down to just 2 players. That was perfect from SBG. The communication for Victor to send himself over and then Robs to support his teammate in the perfect way. Lithuania is still up as a 3-man team, and the Mind Weapon, when they started this 4-man, 4-team hunt with the full squad, they're now down to just 1 player. 3v2v1 in the final circle of the final game of the day. Group A versus Group B in this 24-team PMSL EMEA qualifiers for the EU region. All 3 players together. Sneaks goes down. Victor gets the trade. 2v2 in theory, with Robs right in the center. So in theory, Robs doesn't have to move. It's Lithuania. They need to do all the work. Silence slithering like a snake. And Nade goes overboard. Junior gonna get toppled down. And now it's SBG looking for the chicken dinner. They find it. The French team. Vive la France. Omelette du fromage for SBG. Man, I know Nator is suffering from a little bit of network issue, but
stuff coming in there from them. What a great game for SBG. Fantastic stuff coming in there. But what a...
You okay there, Natora?
No, go ahead. Go ahead. I don't know what's happening.
Oh man, I'd say you're just overwhelmed with the fact that your French compatriots just got themselves a chicken dinner.
No.
You know, like, absolutely fantastic stuff from SBG. They were calculated, right? You doubted to an extent their ability to come out on top in this Miramar game, and I definitely understood where you're coming from. However, it's kind of what makes them such a good team in this kind of lobby, is that they know what they're doing, right? And you just kind of got to trust it.
Yeah, absolutely. You see that trust coming into the points. They're getting converted into points on the board. SBG, after all this, it's crazy that this is only their first win, right? They've been so consistent. We've seen them so constantly so far on screen, but SBG finally getting their win. Their Mind Weapon as well, a brilliant show of skill from them, I think. Been a really good game for them. And the Nameless as well, a team we haven't seen too much of. They've been going out pretty early on. A great game for them as well. Great boosted points.
The 3 teams, the Nameless, Mind Weapon, and Lithuania, were all kind of middle of the pack in the overall standings. Had a great end to the day. One thing is Lithuania do still, in my opinion, need to be more aggressive, but credit where it's due, holding on and getting a second place in the final game. Looking at Team Spirit, 4 points, not bad off the back of a chicken dinner in the previous game, but still arguably will need to find themselves being a bit more consistent in their final set of games.
A little bit, yeah, for sure. A through B is currently done, to be honest, though. We will have our next groups coming in, so one of these groups will be playing tomorrow, but for one, they're gonna have to have those the day off.
Yeah, and as we look at the overall standings, to give a bit of an overview, obviously, of how the day went. Rush team, fantastic with 3 chicken dinners, fully deserved. However, I talked about it, a little bit worried about them coming into the next set of games. Will they be able to evolve? SBG definitely deserve to be first because I think they have been the most consistent team.
Yes, most definitely. They really, really have. I've enjoyed watching every single game with them. They've done, again, a really good job. Rush team, though, consistent in those placement points, equaling SBG there. I mean,
Fair.
I suppose that makes sense when you've got 3
With 3
wins.
chicken dinners.
I mean, you
Like,
better
that
have
means-
those points.
That means 30 of their 32 placement points have come from chicken dinners. So arguably, like, that's not really that consistent when it comes to placement points.
No, that's true. That's true. That's fair. I will give you that one, Imperium. You're quite right on that front. Oh, I don't want to look at the last one there. Ocean's on fire, my guys.
Yeah.
You were looking so good on Sanhok, but what happened?
It's just, unfortunately, it's kind of the way the cookie crumbles, right? One team has to be last, and it's just the way it is for Oceans on Fire right now. They still have 6 more games to go. It's going to be a big turnaround. When we talked about kind of the average points required per game in terms of the total for 16th, I believe it was between 82 and 92 points. So in their final 6 games, they realistically need to score, 80 points, let's say, to even be in with a chance. I never want to count a team out because they all deserve a level of respect to still be considered. Again, just for the Oceans and the teams around them, it's just a massive uphill battle.
No, absolutely, I agree. It's an uphill battle for sure. I think it's gonna be hard. They're gonna have to do a lot and change a lot to be able to do that. But like you said, anything is possible. I'm gonna look forward to seeing the rest of those teams and all the teams do super good job as we've been seeing. I mean, if tonight is just a taste of what we have coming, I'm so excited for the next couple days.
Exactly, and the teams from Group C, by the way, they're going to be able to look at the games and from today and really understand how the teams around them are performing. So it's going to arguably be even more exciting indeed coming into tomorrow. Do not forget to join us for tomorrow's set of games. At the same time, I believe it's going to be Group A going up against Group C. Either way, it's going to be 6 more games of action. Thank you very much for tuning in, and we'll see you all tomorrow.